on winning. Yeah, I made a promise, I'ma keep on winning. Like, see my vision when the world keeps going, and it keeps on spinning. Like, keeps on spinning. Got a lot of goals, deep ambitions. Reach my limit, now I'm done playing games with the dreams I'm living. They say fake it until you make it, but me, I made it, then I faked it. Acted like I hated haters, but I love them cause they make me greater. Feeling way better than I ever did. If you don't take risks, you will never win. Yeah, I just want a case and a settlement, killing my doubts and leaving no evidence. Weren't gonna give it to me, so I had to take it. I know that I'm on my way to reach greatness. Everything I want is mine, I claim it. Everything I want is mine, I take it. That's when I knew I had to maintain it. That's when I knew I had to make changes. Some people out my life that hate it. It's one thing I'm not gonna play with. I know I've been chasing dreams, now my dreams are chasing me. Now I get to do what I want 7 days a week. I know I've been chasing dreams, now my dreams are chasing me. Now I get to do what I want 7 days a week. Better watch your tone, better watch your voice when you're talking to me. If you get nasty, that's a side you don't wanna see. Been playing chess, it's only right, got me a queen. Know I'm a king, so none of these pawns are prowling to me. Weren't gonna give it to me, so I had to take it. I know that I'm on my way to reach greatness. Everything I want is mine, I claim it. Everything I want is mine, I take it. That's when I knew I had to maintain it. That's when I knew I had to make changes. Some people out my life that hate it. It's one thing I'm not gonna play with. I know I've been chasing dreams, now my dreams are chasing me. Now I get to do what I want 7 days a week. I know I've been chasing dreams, now my dreams are chasing me. Now I get to do what I want 7 days a week. I'ma keep on winning. Yeah, I made a promise, I'ma keep on winning. Like, see my vision when the world keeps going, and it keeps on spinning. Like, keeps on spinning. Got a lot of goals, deep ambitions. Reach my limit, now I'm done playing games with the dreams I'm living. They say fake it until you make it, but me, I made it, then I faked it. Acted like I hated haters, but I love them cause they make me greater. Feeling way better than I ever did. If you don't take risks, you will never win. Yeah, I just want a case and a settlement, killing my doubts and leaving no evidence. Weren't gonna give it to me, so I had to take it. I know that I'm on my way to reach greatness. Everything I want is mine, I claim it. Everything I want is mine, I take it. That's when I knew I had to maintain it. That's when I knew I had to make changes. Some people out my life that hate it. It's one thing I'm not gonna play with. I know I've been chasing dreams, now my dreams are chasing me. Now I get to do what I want 7 days a week. I know I've been chasing dreams, now my dreams are chasing me. Now I get to do what I want 7 days a week. Better watch your tone, better watch your voice when you're talking to me. If you get nasty, that's a side you don't wanna see. Been playing chess, it's only right, got me a queen. Know I'm a king, so none of these pawns are prowling to me. Weren't gonna give it to me, so I had to take it. I know that I'm on my way to reach greatness. Everything I want is mine, I claim it. Everything I want is mine, I take it. That's when I knew I had to maintain it. That's when I knew I had to make changes. Some people out my life that hate it. It's one thing I'm not gonna play with. I know I've been chasing dreams, now my dreams are chasing me. Now I get to do what I want 7 days a week. I know I've been chasing dreams, now my dreams are chasing me. Now I get to do what I want 7 days a week.
Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. The Panthers on a prowl, we'll continue driving down the field to the red zone. We just got a first down and 10. Smitty on the loose, wide open, tear again. Stack 6 more on the board, looking like a win. With the 6-game winning streak put them out their misery. Brady wanna cry when the ref threw the penalty. Panthers got a hot team, Patriots the enemy. Draw the first blood, different team than we used to be. Cam swerving through the traffic, signaling a first down. Fans on their feet and the crowd getting really loud. Offense did a job off the field, there's the towel. Bank of America, stadium is going down. Defense got him pushed back to the end zone. Hardy with the sack, that's a safety and we got the ball. Rushing on your shotgun, staring at the barrel, y'all. All New England fans hear him saying that ain't fair at all. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, what's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding, pounding. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, what's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Better watch the linebacker, he can read you like a book. Run 40 yards just to tackle Luke. Got him shook, Toby like a tank. And D'Angelo with the fake. Stiff arm, out of bounds, 25 to game. Stewart back, healthy 3 lethal running backs. It's suicide, add the wide receivers, it's a rout. Secret weapon, make plays, Greg Olsen make it happen. Keep pounding on these haters, we ain't playing John Madden. Legion of the Hood, hometown go boom. Force and fumbles, Panthers making sure the ball is loose. Jack move, Charles Johnson, yeah, he will come attack you. State of mind, mentally and physically, we pass you. Godfrey in the nickel back, and he making sure we're safe. Panthers on the proud, we gon' come and elevate the state. Hard fought thriller, only 59 seconds left. Panther fans on the feet, heart beating out the chest. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, what's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, what's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, what's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Ice up, son,
Leo.
what's up? Ice up, son. Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding.
What's up, everybody? This is our first update for training camp 2026 for the Carolina Panthers. Row, row, row. Welcome on in to the Keep Pounding podcast. How we feeling today? Hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so, and don't forget to check out the Facebook group page, Keep Pounding in all caps, for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, such as scheduling for the channel and for the Yahoo Sports app, Keep Pounding Fantasy Football League. If you like the intro that you see on your screen, go check out Lindara Ty on Instagram. She's looking for new clients, videos, polls, panels, etc., to enhance your streaming experience with intros and outros. Go check her out. She's an awesome person, fair pricing, and just awesome in general. Go check her out. Also, go check out Monster Sub and Grub out in Spartanburg, South Carolina to get yourself some tasty subs. Delicious and amazing tasty subs. Vinny's Pizza out in Dirty Bird territory. Best pizza in the Southeast. Don't just take my word for it. Go check it out for yourself. All right. Shout out to all the other YouTubers out there and Panthers podcasters doing their thing. C3 Podcast, Pat Coltrane, UNC 2020, the Big Cat doing his thing out there somewhere, you know, with the Roar podcast, the 1995, the Roar, and of course, our man Blitzball Champ under our streaming umbrella of streamers. Go check him out. Go give them all some love. One love, one family. Carolina Panthers forever. Row, row, row. Let's do this, baby. Hey, shout out to Kalia Seamers and Cynthia Burke in the chat. So, update number 1. I hope the screen works properly for everybody. We are going to I want that game capture off. Sorry about that. There we go. Let me see what that looks like on my YouTube end here. Should look okay. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know how to change the... Let me see about this real quick. Should look okay. It should work. Should work. On YouTube it works. On the phone, it's kind of weird looking. So, I don't know. But looks fine on my end. Jeffrey Stamper in the chat right now says, "That's right, keep pounding." Yes, sir. Keep pounding. Keep pounding. Yes, sir. So, finally, we get to these updates. Let me share the stream with the Facebook crew, because I told them tomorrow I'd be streaming, but I'm streaming today. I moved it up to today. Because I got other things planned for tomorrow. And I figured, why not? Let's get a little bit of rest in before I go up to FanFest tomorrow, you know. Why not, right? But we got a lot of content. I might be streaming for 2 days on this stuff, depending on how much stuff we got going on here. Update number 1 is live. There we go. It's going up on Facebook right now. All right, we're letting them know. Cool. Marcos Cash, what up, man? How you been, man? I seen you over in Uggs chat, man. How you been living? How's your off season been? Jeffrey says, well, the Carolina Panthers just broke news and brought in another quarterback. Did you hear about that? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. As a matter of fact, he came in from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Yes, sir, he sure did. We got a Mr. Kyle Trask working out for the Carolina Panthers. And I got to tell you, I like the move. I think it's the right one. Um, we experimented with Justin Field with Will Greer again, and that did not work out. But I mean, if he was just going to sign a 1 day to just retire, then he should have just done that. You know, instead of just taking a whole bunch of our money, that he didn't need to take. If he knew his body was not prepared to handle another year of football, like, I just don't see the point. You know what I'm saying? Like, if that's what we were going to do, that's fine. If you want to do a 1 day, I'm not going to sign a guy, for an entire year just to have him retire after 30 days and be like, nah, I quit. Like, really? Seriously? How long has this dude been in the league for? You gonna sit in the Dallas Cowboys roster for how long? And then you gonna come back over here and say, oh yeah, let's try it out for a 30-day trial period. Them cell phone companies ain't gonna let you do that. Them cell phone companies ain't gonna let you do that, bro. They're not gonna let you try out their cell phone service for 30 days and then say, nah, I don't want this. No, you're gonna be paying full price every single time. You trying to play a franchise, man. Bruh, you got away with it. You robbed the front office, man. And you know doggone well you did. Stop playing. How much we paid this dude before he retired, man? Oh my God, bro. See, that's that stuff, man, I don't like. When we're trying to win and we're trying to get a division title and we're trying... Bro, this is that foolishness, bro. Oh my God. This dude was trash before he went to the Cowboys and now he's going to come back and steal our money? Bro, no. Dan, I love you, dude, but you just got duped. Well, all due respect, you just got duped, bro. Because that's not it. Oh, man. All right, but for real, though, I like Kyle Trask. I like him as our third quarterback. And I feel like we don't carry three quarterbacks, so he's probably going to end up on the squad. Whoever that King guy is, I think we're probably going to toss him. And let him take his chances. But I like the roster the way it's looking right now. I did hear about the injuries. We'll get into those. I want to there's a lot of stuff to catch up on. Like, I've been reading stuff, off and on as I've been busy the last 6 or 7 days, but so I have been keeping up with things. And Jeffrey says, yeah, I'll tell you, brother, I'm tired of the BS in the Carolina Panthers Stadium. I just don't know what to think anymore. Man, facts. We trying to win division titles. We trying to win playoff games now, man. Like, it's time to stop the BS. It's seriously time to stop the BS. And like, I put that song up of Zach Diamond. Y'all probably don't know who this dude is. He's one of the brand new rappers out there, doing his thing. He's good, man. He's good. The 7 Days song, specifically, he's talking about, man, he's chasing his dreams. He's doing what he wants for 7 days a week, and that's what these rookies are about to achieve, man, in this training camp. If they make this 53-man roster, they're going to be doing what they want 7 days a week. That's not an easy thing to achieve in the NFL. It is making it to a 53-man roster. even if you make squat, you still fighting. So, what I'm saying is, you got to chase those dreams. You got to fight for those dreams. They do not come easy. You're going to come with a lot of BS and situations that you got to deal with. But I mean, like, it is what it is, you know, to get where you want to go. So, Jeffrey says, yeah, I know I'm already mad about that. It's like every single year. Well, I mean, like, we've cut down the BS a good bit now to where, you know, if that's the worst case situation that we're dealing with, we're doing pretty good. I'll say that right now, because the types of BS we were dealing with during Frank Wright and Matt Rule, oh my God. I was going on several rants a week on that stuff. But we're out of that era now. We're on to bigger and better things. And I'm so excited, you know, to see the future. Me and my buddy Rucker were just talking about that over dinner. You know, last night or the other night. You know, we're talking about, you know, this roster looks amazing. It looks poised to go. You know, we're ready to push, man. You know, for another playoff trip. You know, and another division crown. Now, what happens once we get into the playoffs, once we get that seat at the table, we'll see. You know, but we've got the roster to be able to get there again. And I'm watching Tampa Bay and the moves that they're making right now. Before I get to ours, I want to talk about Tampa Bay's moves because I heard Baker Mayfield had set a goal to where the franchise was either going to pay him or he was going to walk. I'm like, hold up. If Baker's walking from Tampa and then you got Vita Vea trying to get a trade in Tampa, I see a door opening up, y'all. Do y'all see what I'm seeing? Do y'all see what I'm seeing right now? Because Tampa's starting to crumble, bro. That's our main competition for that crown again. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. Can y'all smell back-to-back crowns, baby? Can y'all see it? I see it right now. It's possible. That little window right there just made it possible. Because who you going to replace Baker with? Because you know Tampa is not going to drop themselves into the top 5 just so they can get Archie. You know they're not. So they're going to be contemplating a trade up. They're going to be one of those teams, if they get rid of Baker, that will be calling the Cleveland Browns for that number 1 spot. Or possibly the Arizona Cardinals. I'm going to tell you, it's going to be one of those two teams. That's going to be number 1. Now, I'm giving a little bit of credit to Cleveland because I think they may win a couple of these surprise games that they're not supposed to win. So they may slide out of that number 1 spot. So if Arizona becomes that number 1, Tampa's going to be calling them. And they're going to be trying to acquire Archie. And it's not going to be cheap. So Arizona can ask for whatever they want at that point. So that is going to get spicy around draft time. But we'll see, though. We'll see how this unfolds because Baker hasn't officially left the Tampa Bay Bucks yet. He could, though. He could. It's his contract year. We'll see how that unfolds. I'm going to be watching that like a hawk, y'all, because this is the difference between another division crown and us battling with the Buccaneers for that division crown. It could be a lock or it could be a battle. We're going to find out. I'm going to say this right now. Falcons are not in it. They're getting 4 to 5 wins this year, and that's it. Saints maybe 7 to 8 with that schedule. I'm already looking at that right now, and I think, Saints may surprise us, though, and sneak up there. Don't underestimate them. But ultimately, I don't think they'll be in the battle at the end. It's going to be us and the Bucks again. And if it is, watch Baker's name like a hawk on the headlines. If you're a Panthers fan, watch him like a hawk. And we'll see what happens. I don't think Vita Vea is enough to move the needle, though. That's my whole thing with that trade situation. But Baker is. Baker is for sure. So you don't see the Carolina Panthers keeping Haynes King. I thought maybe he was like our city up with the Super Bowl trophies. Nah, he's practice squad. He's practice squad. And honestly, I like Trask better, to be honest. I've seen what Trask can do when he was in Florida against Florida State. The dude was a monster. Dude can sling it. So, I mean, I'm not sure what he's going to do in the NFL, though. That doesn't always transfer to the NFL because he has like a 4-11 passing record in the NFL. The only way to change that is to give him a chance. As the third string quarterback. Go see how he does in preseason. Stretch him out. Let's test him out. Let's see what he does. And the problem is we only carry 2 quarterbacks. And I've had debates with people about that in my team chat, and everybody feels a different way, So it's understandable. Everybody's going to have a different opinion on that. You thought Haynes King would be the right kind of future quarterback for the Panthers? Why's that? He does fit our system. I'll say that. He does fit our system. But as far as like a future quarterback, doubtful. I was going to tell you that the NFL is the one occasion on the Carolina Panthers what's going on with this. Where we have problems like that. Yeah, fair enough. And it's just like every year. He's not wrong. I think we're focused on the wrong thing here when it comes to the issue every year. Yes, it is an issue every year, but our main focus of that should be on Brad Isaac, not on the quarterback battle. Because I feel pretty happy with our quarterback room right now as it is when we get Trask in here. I'm very happy with that. I like Pickett, man. Pickett's a solid pickup. Very solid pickup as a backup. Would I trade him? No. I like him right where he is. I mean, we've got enough weapons in our wide receiver room. We don't need to make a move there. And it looks like Brooks is coming back to full strength. I'm hearing good things about his camp. He's having a really good camp thus far. Fingers crossed that he stays healthy. I know mine are. But I think I don't think we'll see another issue with his feet, or his ankles anymore, or any tears. I think that second one's pretty much it. We've got the training staff looking after him. We've pushed him to full reps now, and I like where this is going so far. I think really Well, yeah, you talk about Brazel, who just got hurt today. He got carted off today. But we've got other wide receivers, that can step up right at the moment. So it's not like we lost anything. Brazel was kind of like a bonus wide receiver, to be able to go deep. So it's not like we lost anything from last year. He was an addition, to our wide receiver core. So when he comes back, he will be just as much of a threat as he was, in the first week or so here. And we finally put pads on Tuesday. I was very happy to hear that the wide receivers are looking good. There's a good, healthy battle between Mechie and who is it? Mechie and I gotta look at the roster real quick. I keep forgetting this dude's name. I'll be able to tell you in just a second. Him and Bryson Tremaine for that number 4 spot. So I'm really happy about that. I'm curious to see who's going to win that battle. There was talks of putting one of these wide receivers in slot, and I don't remember which one it was. I think it was T-Mac, but I don't remember. I don't think so, though. Don't quote me on it. I just randomly saw it on the internet, and I was just like, okay, cool. I don't necessarily agree with that move if it was T-Mac, but, it is what it is. But, because we need him on deep passes. If that's really how confident they feel about Brazel, then okay, fair enough. But I want T-Mac available for deep passes because he was catching some absolute beautiful rainbow passes last year. So I want him out there. Right now, I see T-Mac and Coker as our number 1 and number 2 right now. With the progress of Excel, we will see as far as that goes. They're going to again put Jimmy Horn Jr. into some trick plays and whatnot like that. They're going to have him in small package plays to where they can expand on his speed and his agility and acceleration. And then we got David Moore battling in there too. So it's going to be an interesting wide receiver battle. That's why I was hoping that I would get a chance to see these guys in person this year. And just that's unfortunate that I can't, because I love watching wide receiver battles. Those are the most fun for me, during training camp, because there is so much to keep track of when it comes to that. Footwork, hands, hips, turning, and just making sure that your route is correct, making sure your hands on the right spot. There's so many little things that wide receivers get graded for. And if I can get a chance to see that in person, I can look at that myself and say, oh yeah, well, I'm not as fond of this wide receiver because maybe he wasn't running his route necessarily the way that everybody else was, or, that we're running the same route. Or maybe they weren't catching the ball at the high point like they were supposed to, like everybody else, And the ones that stand out will stand out. It'll be completely obvious. So I just love those battles. It's a lot of fun for me. Uh, let's see. So I'm trying to figure out. Let's talk about Will Lee. Will Lee impressed me so far. I saw the clip of him getting that interception without pads on in the first week, and I said, "Okay, let's go." This is our number 3 corner that we drafted now. In the 4th round. Freshly minted 6'1", 189 corner from Texas A&M. The guy is an aggressive corner. He's a very aggressive tackler, and he's a ball hawk. And that's what I like to see, is him pushing that, in the first week of practice, and yes, it is limited contact-wise, and that's why I like hearing that news, is you're already hunting for the ball. You're already undercutting routes. You're already in position and catching the ball like you're supposed to and using your hands. And you're taking the most out of your opportunity to battle for that number 3 spot and make sure you maintain it against Thornton. So I think it's really, really important to point him out at this point. Let me address this question. Why we're moving on from Bryce Young if he doesn't make no progress before the deadline while trading in the NFL? He will make progress. I'm just going to go ahead and say that right now. He will make progress. And he already has. Guys, the fact that he put up as high of a showing as he did against the Rams both times, is that not enough progress for you? For anybody that's on the fence right now, is that not enough progress for you? Or do you want more? As far as like, you take records, numbers, championships out of it, and just watch him on the field. Watch him execute. Is that not enough for you? Like, it's enough for me to say, yeah, let's do an extension. I'd say 2 years. Let's see where we're at after 2 years. I'm down. He showed me enough to do that. If I'm Dan Morgan. I like where we're at with Bryce. I'm really happy. I think the issues with us not winning those games last year didn't necessarily fully have to do with Bryce. I think it was play calling and execution. They kept saying it in the press conferences, execution. Well, it's not all execution as the issue here. Yes, Bryce did throw a couple of really bad passes during that time period. Okay, a handful. I'm exaggerating. But still, versus the passes that he was successful with. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's proven over and over and over again last year he has that talent. He just can't do it consistently. And that's what everybody in the news media is talking about, is consistency. Which is exactly what they should be talking about, because they don't know what the underlying real problem is, which is the play calling. Oh, excuse me. And I've got a lot of questions when it comes to that. We've had that conversation a few times now, folks. What's going to happen if certain things happen? Maybe Let's run through that scenario one more time, folks, because I want to do this one more time for the people that don't know about this and haven't heard this conversation. Okay, so let's play a little devil's advocate game here. Y'all ready for this? Okay, so let's say that everybody is right. That is saying that it is Dave Canales that is the problem with the play calling. Let's say that they are correct. What that's going to mean is that we're going to have to reevaluate Dave Canales. His pros and cons to the team, how is he doing, versus that issue of play calling that's costing us games and costing us chances to completely control the division, right? Instead of just fight for a division spot and have the Falcons help us out. So, because we know Bryce has the skills, so we know Bryce is not the problem. We know that Bryce is protected. That's no longer a problem. We know Bryce has weapons. That is no longer a problem. So what's left? Play calling. You eliminate everything else that isn't the problem, and you center in on what is the problem. So, door number one, Dave Canales is the problem, right? And we're going to address all these scenarios, right? If we decide we want Dave Canales to stick around because the pros outweigh the negatives, okay, then you have to hand the reins over to Brad Isaac, which is exactly what he just did. But if the problem is Brad Isaac, then what? What if I am correct in my theory and I think it's Brad Isaac and Dave Canales was actually calling the successful games? Now, rewind to preseason last year. How many points did we score in preseason last year? Somebody tell me in chat. I want to see who gets this right. I want to see who's paying attention. It's in the 20s range, folks. For the entire preseason. I get it, it's preseason. It's not about winning or losing in preseason. It's about how you show up in preseason. Is your offense scoring enough points to keep up with other teams in preseason? Is your depth strong enough to compete with other teams that have their depth versus you in preseason, in a live game, while people are trying to win positional battles? That's what preseason is about. And the league is trying to take away preseason games. No. Stop it. It's not about money, NFL. Roger, figure it out, please. Please figure it out, because this is ridiculous. It used to be 4 preseason games. 4. Before COVID. Before all this BS happened. Now you knocked it down to 3. Now it's gone from 90-something roster to a 70-something roster, and then all the way down to a 53. It's 2 cuts now. It used to be 4. That is making these coaches' jobs so much harder. And you don't even realize it. But everybody in the NFL board unanimously voted for this. I refuse to believe that they unanimously voted for this. I refuse to believe that. Because there is no way you unanimously vote for that if you were an owner in the NFL. No way. Understanding what it takes to get these rosters set in stone to 53 from a 93. There's no way. You know, I don't believe that. I'm not buying it. So, back to my original point. We scored about 20 something points in preseason last year. Who was calling those plays? Brad Isaac. All 3 games. I need y'all to keep that in mind. So now we're handing the reins over to Brad Isaac for the full regular season. Are you sure that Brad Isaac isn't the source of the problem? Now I understand that Dave Canales was calling some of those games last year, and Brad Isaac was calling the rest of them. Keeping that fact in mind about preseason last year, 23 points. Thank you, Jeffrey Stamper. 23 points. Keeping that fact in mind. Do you see where my theory is going, guys? Do you see why I have this theory? It's not based in just random guessing. I don't random guess when I throw theories out here, folks. If I do that, I'm not going to make it public. You guys know how I roll. You guys know I roll like that, man. So, when I say that I think the problem is Brad Isaac, that's what it's based on. And if that is the case, we are rolling the dice. So let's say it is Brad Isaac. Here's our options. Let's play a little devil's advocate for the people, and I know the people that want to believe it's Dave Canales and their tunnel vision on that. They're not going to want to listen to this, so they're tuning this out. That's fair. But for the people that want to hear this theory, that believe that it might possibly be Brad Isaac, and that I might possibly be correct. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Fair enough. You know, I'll be the first one to eat that crow on stream if I'm wrong. But if I'm right about this, and and I don't like to use my track record, but it is doggone solid. You know, I don't like doing that. But I'll do it here. Because I believe this might be a positive fix for us if it is Brad Isaac. Here's why I say this. This is going to show us who Dave Canales is as a head coach. If the problem is Brad. It's going to tell us, okay, are you going to keep protecting your buddy that you've been going fishing with, that you've been going on yacht trips with, golf trips, barbecuing, by the fire, whatever, kumbaya, whatever you do, during the off season, as best friends. I don't know what y'all do. That doesn't concern me. What concerns me is what goes on during that football field, on Sundays and training camp and the draft room. Beyond that, y'all can roast weenies over a campfire. I don't care. But are you going to protect your offensive coordinator and your best friend, or are you willing to sacrifice and put everything on the line and get an offensive coordinator that you work with that will allow us to go to the next step and win a championship? That's the question that Dave Canales will have to answer if Brad Isaac is the problem. And we'll know after the first 4 weeks of the regular season, folks. We will know. I want you to watch that point total like a hawk. And you tell me. You tell me. After we get done, after the first 4 weeks of the regular season, you tell me. And that's with Bryce Audible. Bryce audibly, like Peyton Manning out there. He's going to make you look good, Brad. But you can only put a lipstick on a pig for so long before you got to address the problem. You know what I'm saying? If he really is the problem. And I'm not saying he isn't a good guy. This isn't personal. The dude is a good guy. He's a great person. And I would have lunch with him. I would have conversations with him any day of the week. But when you in the football field and you in the management and you step into that room, you got that playbook in front of you, that's what I care about. That's what you're being paid to do as an offensive coordinator. So, I'm going to wait till everybody gets back in here because I got something big to tell y'all. Big. That a lot of people missed in the last 3 days. I saw it. And it caught my attention fully. My eyes were wide open when I saw that. That one statement. Can y'all guess who it came from? If you've been paying attention like me, you already know what I'm about to say. I want y'all to take a journey with me with the Dave Canales press conference, okay? The Dave Canales press conference from recently. Just a specific one I'm looking for. He made a very specific statement. And no, it was not the one from today. I want, let's see. Where is this? Because I'm gonna play it for everybody on streams. So we know. Okay? Let's see. Where is it? Is it where he broke down day 3? That was 3 days ago. Let me see if this is the one or not. We need to go through this anyway. But he specifically said, no, it was Dan Morgan. It was Dan Morgan. That's who it was. It was Dan Morgan. And he was in an interview room with David Tepper and Dave Canales talking about the new stadium, right? Let's see, where don't tell me they didn't post it. Don't tell me they didn't post it, man. On their YouTube channel. Are you kidding me? That's gotta be a live. It's gotta be a live one. This conference. Okay, so that had to be recently. I need the one where... Alright, well, screw it. Alright. Here's what he said. Dan Morgan said he is prepared to go through coaches in order to win. He is not afraid to fire coaches in order to win. Did y'all hear that? That is an immediate sign to me. This man is hungry for a trophy as a general manager. If it was not already apparent from the moves that he was making so far, if it's not already apparent from the division title we just won, that statement right there was like a nuclear bomb. Of a statement saying, this team is about ready to pounce. We're about to go attack mode, y'all. We're about to go from let's build to attack mode. And we just got our first taste of the playoffs. We want more of it. You about to see the dog at Dan Morgan, man. This man is not playing anymore. This man is not fooling around. He wants that trophy, y'all. He said it in general, meaning that, let's break that down. That means that he is not afraid to say goodbye to Brad Isaac or goodbye to Dave Canales in order to win a trophy. So whoever is the problem with this play calling better be on their P's and Q's this year. They better be crossing their T's and dotting their I's. Because this man is not playing anymore. I said, hold the heck up, man. That's what's up. Nah, stream's on. Stream's on. You got in here just in time, man. We're talking big stuff right now. We're talking big stuff. You came in at just the right time. Dan Morgan saying he's willing to fire coaches in order to get this done. Wow. That's what you need to hear from your general manager. That's championship energy. And if y'all ain't seeing it, you're seeing it now. That's big. And a lot of y'all missed that. A lot of y'all thought, okay, yeah, it's just part of the conversation. Oh, he's willing to do this. He's willing to da. You know, typical press conference garbage. No. Pay attention to that one line right there when he was meeting with Tepper. Because that shows me. And he said that right in front of Tepper, too. That's even bigger. That makes this even bigger, y'all. I'm saying, like, you trying to tell me Dan Morgan, who was on a Super Bowl team back in 04, 05, got a taste of the Super Bowl life, but couldn't get the ring, and is now leading a team and building a team towards the Super Bowl. You trying to tell me this man isn't hungry, as hungry or hungrier than this entire team? Come on, man. So is it really that much of a stretch to hear him say that? Is it? I'm not surprised at all. I expected to hear that out of his mouth. I fully expected to hear that. In fact, I am emphasizing that because that's a major point right there. This man has spent the last 3 years building this team. For what? Just to sell him off again like Gettleman? No. Just to screw it up like Scott Fitterer? No. To put us all into cap debt again? Like Marty? Nah. This man wants it. Bad. And if y'all ain't paying attention to Dan Morgan right now, you paying attention to the wrong thing. Dan Morgan is the center of it right now. He is the eye of the hurricane right now. Y'all see what I did there? Them Hurricanes with the Stanley Cup, baby. Love it, man. Love it. But yeah, Dan Morgan is the eye of the hurricane. And if y'all are not paying attention right now to him, you're watching the wrong thing. 3 years, and it's going to take one more offseason before we're ready to make a run. And when we make that run, we're not going to be scared of anybody. Bring them on. Once we fix our consistency problem, once we fix all of our depth and all of our weaknesses on this team, we're not going to be scared of nobody. I want the Chiefs. I want the Ravens. I want the doggone Bills. I want the Rams. I want them all. Once we get this team set up, I want them all. I ain't scared of nobody in 28. Nobody. I want all of the smoke once this team is fully built. If I feel like we need one more year and we go for 29, so be it. But I'm going to tell you this. Once this team is fully built, we want all of it. This team is going to be just as dangerous, if not more dangerous, than the 15 squad. And that's a terrifying thing if you've been watching the 15 squad. That's a terrifying thing. I went to that training camp and I watched that 2015 team before they even went on their run. And I said, that's a championship energy right there. I said, that's what we need. If we're going to win a championship, we need that energy. And that statement is the catalyst of it. From Dan Morgan. I'm emphasizing it because I see it. I see it, man. I see it. I saw the vision in year one of what this team was going to look like. And this is exactly what it's supposed to look like in year 3. Dead on the mark of what I predicted. Every single year, everything I predicted about this team has come true. And that's an excellent thing because we are finding success, we are climbing the ladder, and we're doing it the right way. We got Ocho Cinco visiting the training camp saying that exact same thing. That's not a fluke, folks. That's a fact. We've caught Ocho Cinco's attention. And this man does not just randomly go to training camps for no reason. He will support a team. He will rock with a team if he feels that it is being built properly and winning properly. And this team is. Y'all listen to what this man just said. He said, we are going to make the playoffs again. And we're going to win. He said that in an interview. I saw that today. I said, hold up. Hold up now. Ocho's saying that. This is not a fluke. This is real. This hat that I got right here, this is real. Because we fought for that. Every step of the way. I mean, yeah, he was there for a soccer skill competition, but he was there for the team too. Make no mistake about it. This dude is a fan of the Panthers. He has said it in multiple interviews. But, yeah. J-Rock, I'm about to answer your question, though. Describe fully built. I'm about to answer your question, though. Fully built looks like what we had in 2015. Starters, Pro Bowlers, talented players, and depth out the wazoo. To where if we lose somebody, we barely lost anything during a regular season game. Because it's next man up. That's the Ron Rivera mentality, and we are carrying that over to the Dave Canales mentality. And I love it. I love every bit of it. Because that's the right way to do this. That's the right way to attack this. Fully built looks like a hungry, motivated team that is determined to win no matter what. Has confidence going into these games, knowing they're going to win. And knowing they're going to give everything in the kitchen sink. Knowing that they have that championship energy in them. And knowing that we are going to try our very, very best, execution-wise, to get the job done. And knowing that we have the roster and the tools to do it. Without distractions, without BS, without any of that. We know we're there, and we're there to win. You think back to 2015, what were the things that you felt when you watched the Carolina Panthers? Every single game. Think about the confidence that everybody had that were Panthers fans. When they turned on that TV screen, they knew the Panthers were going to bring everything they've got. Teams were terrified to come into Bank of America Stadium. That's what I want back. That's what I want back in the bank. When Dan says fear the logo, that's what he means. And I'm going to tell you, it's coming. A lot sooner than people think it is. And it started coming last year when we played the Rams in our home stadium. Everybody counted us out. Everybody bet against us. How many people put money on the Rams last year? I want to know. Even Panthers fans bet against us last year. Some Panthers fans did. And this team said, hold up. We ain't done. Y'all know who we are. Y'all know who we've been all year long. You know how much energy we're putting into these games. You know what we're putting into these games. You know that we have the talent level to match these guys. We didn't know that. We came in thinking, okay, this is going to be a 14-point loss, to the Rams at home. Not a big deal. We'll just eat this loss and try for the rest of the division. You know what I mean? Not a big deal. But Dave Canales got in that locker room and he got in these players' ear. He said, y'all hear that? Y'all hear that noise out there? Ignore that. Channel that 2015 energy. Come out there and play like the 2015 Panthers. Even though we don't have Greg Olsen anymore. Even though we don't have Luke Kuechly anymore. Even though we don't have all these legendary players anymore. Channel that energy. And they played like it. And we won. Don't let anybody tell you that we don't have that type of talent anymore. Because if anybody tells you we don't have that type of talent to battle the Rams again, they're lying. We had a chance because of our quarterback. We don't have the same energy. Oh, we absolutely have that same energy. We absolutely do. And they're going to prove it against the Bears. In the first game of the regular season, they're going to prove it. They're going to show everybody they still got that energy. They're going to carry it over. Momentum is a powerful thing. When you play a game like we played against the Rams in the wild card last year, and we come that close, knowing we put everything into it, and you carry that over into the very next year, with the same squad, plus some additions, and you've solved a lot of problems, such as the offensive line. We are fully built on the offensive line now. We've never had that before. Not even in 15 have we had that before. That's a difference, man. That's a difference maker. you're going to see little differences and advancements in this next year that you didn't see the year before. It's like, okay, say you went to the gym and you barely noticed the difference in your muscles, right? But after a day or so, if you keep pushing, you keep training, doing those same muscle memory exercises, man, it's going to show up. Not that I'm a gym person myself, but you know what I mean? Still, point being, muscle memory. And that momentum will carry into the next workout, right? And into the next, and into the next. That's what we're doing. Yeah, we've had an entire offseason to sit on it. And yes, I'm about to address the Bears in just a second. J Rock, and I appreciate you for putting that comment out there. That's a good one. And you're right. We had great teams before 2015, just not on the televised level. Now, hold up now. We got lucky in 04 and 05. Even Jake Delhomme will tell you that. Now, the first 3 years of the franchise, I can't speak for because I became a fan in 04. You know, just before the 04 season. So I can't speak for the teams before that. But I can speak for the 2015 squad because I know that team inside and out. I was at the training camps. I was watching them, you know, during preseason. I was watching like a hawk. And I know every inch of that team. So when I say I don't think that we have had a better team than in franchise history than that 2015 team, I mean it. That's my opinion. Everybody's got a different opinion, and that's fair enough. You know, everybody's welcome to their own opinion, and they're welcome to give it, you know. But that's my opinion. And, you know, I back mine up with facts. You look at the stats of 2015, just the regular season alone, it will blow your mind. Look at what we did to the Cardinals in the NFC Championship game. You trying to tell me that the 04 team can do that? Nah. I'm not buying it. Not to the level that we did on that day. I'm not buying it. We had way more talent. We had way more depth than we ever had in franchise history in 15. And that's what we're building up again. All right, so fast forward to the Bears game. Now let's say, let's play devil's advocate and say the offensive play calling is going to be solid with Brad Isaac, okay? Let's say that everybody's right and Dave Canales is the problem, right, with the play calling. Then we ought to come in there guns a-blazing against the Bears and keep up with them bar for bar, blow for blow. You know? And this is a Bears team, let me remind y'all, that went blow for blow with the Packers last year for 3 rounds. 3 tough rounds with the Packers. And whoever was the home team won those games. Those were nasty games. They're still showing them on NFL Network today. I seen one a few months after, you know, the regular season was over. I saw him replay that. I was like, see? I'm not bluffing, y'all. I call it like I see it. You know, I knew that those were tough games. I bet in those games, and I won. 2 out of 3 times, I won money off those games. Because I bet on the home team. I knew. The second time around, I knew. In the playoff game, I knew that if I put money on that home team, I was going to win. And the Bears are a nasty, nasty team. So yes, we are going to have to bring everything we've got. So, Yes, you are correct with that statement that the Bears are not an easy win by any means. And they have Caleb. That's correct. We're going to have to bring that championship energy into that game. And we're going to have the crowd involved too. That's something we haven't had, to the extent of the energy that we showed in a wild card game last year. I don't do donations to the channel, but thank you though, J Rock. We like to keep things free. I like education, for football and things of that nature free because, we got kids coming up in here that have questions about the game and we love answering questions, and teaching the youth about the game and helping them to love it as much as we do. And I appreciate your support of the channel. I really, really do. Just you being here and chatting is a great, great support for the channel in and of itself. And I've seen people misuse, donations and money. So, you know, Catman, y'all remember Catman? We all donated to Catman for the Super Bowl tickets. That man took full advantage of us. Yeah. So I'm not about that, I'm about keeping it free and I'm about keeping it educational, and I'm about keeping it, healthy debates so that everybody can have their voice heard, no matter how crazy the opinion is, throw it out there, that doesn't mean I'm not going to respond to it, but, I will. 9 times out of 10, I will, if I see it. But yeah, I appreciate that. If you want to join the stream, we could do that. I do have Zoom. I have Zoom, but I haven't fully paid for it. I have Discord. We can do Discord. You got Discord? Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Yeah, let's keep it curse free as much as we can, for the kids. There will be times where that will become necessary, because of certain situations during game time, and during draft time. And it's okay. If other people do it, I just got to keep myself contained, you know what I mean? As a streamer, I got to make myself look professional, and stay professional. But if it's a game stream, then whatever, whatever goes, because nobody really watches those anyway. But when it comes to Panthers content, absolutely we got to keep it clean as possible. Because that's where the professionalism comes in. And I'm trying to build this channel up, Jeffrey, I forgot to get to your comment. When does the Panthers play the Arizona Cardinals in the preseason coming up? And it this Thursday? It's the next Thursday. It's the next Thursday because this week is FanFest, buddy, and I'm going up there for that. Is Brazil out for the year? No. LCL tear, I think it is. He'll be back in a few weeks. He'll be fine. Let's see. Oh, you don't do Zoom? And I do have Teams out also. Okay. Yeah, do you have Discord? I can do Discord. I definitely welcome in people that want to do Discord and jump into streams. Absolutely. If we're not reacting to games, then I have a lot more free time to, depending on how much content we have to get through, to bring people in. So that's fine. We're going to be reacting to several videos from camp. We're going to be reacting to a couple of press conferences. It's probably going to be a 2-day stream thing. We're probably going to come back tomorrow and finish up the rest of that before FanFest. And then whatever I don't get to, I'll get to after FanFest. Because there'll be a lot of new news coming out after that. But I'm trying to get it to as much as I can because I've been busy the last like 5 or 6 days. So off camera, like crazy busy. So like this is where I'm finally starting to get into training camp stuff here. It was so wild that like 2 days in to training camp, I didn't even realize it was training camp started because no, they didn't post anything. They didn't post the dates, did they? You know, so it came kind of as a complete surprise to me. So I've been trying to check my team chat and check what everybody's been sending me, you know, and social media as much as I can, you know, watch as much as I can, you know, when I have the time. But it's not been easy, you know. So but I did catch that press conference of Dave Canales yesterday. Um and I believe the one 3 days ago as well. No, just the one yesterday of the press conferences. Are they doing any live streams of the camp? Does anybody know? Because I saw like an announcement about it, um, and I don't think they followed through with it. Does anybody have the dates for that? I know they did that last year, and I don't know if they're doing it this year. Um, we already reacted to the blueprint of the draft. We've reacted to pretty much all the blueprint stuff. I'm trying to see what we haven't reacted to, except for press conferences. Obviously, I'm not doing the one with players right now. I'm not really interested in that. I'm more interested in Dan and Dave's press conferences because that's going to tell us everything we need to know. I did see the Robert Freeling one. I did see that. Let's see, what else did I catch? I caught Derek Brown was in that same presser. So it was like three different players in one presser. So I did catch that one like a week ago. You wish you had a way of going with us to the Fan Fest? I would go in there and support them and show love for them. Yeah. I mean, we already bought our two Fan Fest tickets. And for those that don't know, if you haven't paid for tickets yet, it has gone up to $650 a ticket. I saw that on Ticketmaster, so be aware. It did go up to $650. It was $5 last year. As far as where me and my buddy Rucker are going to be at after FanFest, we'll be hanging out with the super fans after the FanFest at Sam Mills statue. So come hang out with us afterwards. Come say hi. You know, we will be there. If you want to find us in the stands, I'll have to double check what ticket it is. Hold on 1 second. I'll be able to tell you what section it is. I usually post that. I don't know why I didn't this time. Just had a lot to do, I guess. I don't know. Let's see. Did I not put that on here? Is it? Oh, there it is. There it is. Section 514, row 31 is where we're going to be at. So, for those wondering where we're going to be at, section 514, row 31. So if you want to come say hi, if you're going to the Fan Fest and you happen to spot us, or you could just hang out with us after the Fan Fest and at the Sam Mills statue. Either one is fine. Most likely, me and him will be going to Dillsworth restaurant afterwards. So if you want to hang out with us, and talk to us there, you're more than welcome. We welcome that. I don't really care if people bother me while I'm eating. I don't really care. He doesn't care either. So that's where we're going to be at. And I'll post that later on. I'll make sure that's up on the social media page, on the Facebook page for everybody. We also need to look at the new stadium design as well. We'll talk about that. So all of that is on the agenda today or tomorrow. But today I want to get to as much of this training camp news as I possibly can. For the players that were doing well in camp so far, I've heard Jonathan Brooks. I've heard Coker was doing well. Mitchell Evans. Mitchell Evans went down with an injury. He got carted off. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing him for a while. But he'll be back. He'll be back. I'm not too worried about that. I have certain players that I am watching, to see how they do. I'm not going to say who they are until after training camp because I do feel like there are players watching these streams and I don't want to give away like who it is so that they like go the extra mile, and go crazy, with their drills and whatnot, just to impress people, that are watching, that are streamers, That's one of the reasons I don't like doing that, because that'll get people injured. But I mean, if they're doing what they're supposed to be doing, that shouldn't be a problem anyway. They're not too concerned with us as streamers. They shouldn't be. So Freeling is now taking over for Taylor Moton, who is going to be out for the year. That's a big, big role for Freeling. I think he's up to the challenge. I've watched him with Georgia, and I feel like he's ready, man. He's ready. Another big thing that we did is we re-signed Brady Christensen. I'm ecstatic about that move because you now have that reliable offensive lineman that can play all 5 positions, is ready to go, in case of any injury or anything that goes on, and again, my question is like, did we re-sign Freeling after we found out about Taylor Moton's injury or before it? Relevant question, right? Relevant question, folks. Because if we're doing it for before we found out about Taylor Moton's injury, that means we're looking for depth. If it's after, that means injury replacement. So big deal right there. That's the timing is important. Um I don't know why we're still messing around with Felipe Franks. I don't necessarily approve of that move, but you know, you can have a perfect roster. You know what I mean? There's always going to be that one player you just don't agree with that on the move, but I'm not totally against it, but I'm just I think he's a good guy. Don't get me wrong. It's not personal. It's just I feel like there are other tight ends that can do what he's doing, if we're looking for a blocking tight end. So, but I have heard he is pretty good in special teams. So if that is the case, then that might have been a special teams move. If so, I'm okay with it. So we go down this roster, and J.C. Horn is doing J.C. Horn things in training camp, of course. Nothing new there. The dude is an animal. Come on. Let's see. One of the players I'm really interested in looking at is Lee Hunter. Getting my first look at him. Because we drafted him from Texas Tech. And I think that he is going to be a major piece coming, in this team. Will Lee is the one I'm excited about, though. I love the future of Will Lee on this franchise team, man. This is going to be great. I'll add you in just a second, J-Rock. Let me go through this roster and let me speak on what I know, and then we'll get you in here and we'll maybe be able to react to some pressers and stuff together if you like. If you would like, if you have the extra time. But I do need to get to those, either today or tomorrow. But I do want to talk about the stadium design next, too. So, that'll be the next thing on the list. I've heard really good things about Devin Lloyd, which really excites me. I'm really excited about that because I vouched for this dude, when we first got him. And I've seen him play. I know what he's capable of doing. And just, I've been hyped ever since I got the news that we signed him. The dude already almost knows the entire playbook. I saw that news today. I was like, whoa, already? That's awesome. They might give him the green dot. I'm thinking they're going to give him the green dot, though. I wouldn't be surprised if they did. But yeah, really looking forward to what he's going to bring to us. Ooh. Butch just asked a really good question. Hold up. Blitz asked me and the whole team chat, how would you feel about Horn Jr. and Mechie as kick returners and punt returners? I like the idea. I like it. I feel like Mechie is good for that role. And Horn has that CJ Spiller type speed and acceleration. So I feel like that's a great place for them. I approve of that. Definitely. All right. Getting back to this, because that was really good timing for that question. I'm glad he asked that. Um, I normally don't make stuff public, from the team chat, but that was a really good question that was relevant. Um, T Max had a really good camp so far, which is very good. That that puts us on pace for some success there. Um, Mechie and his counterpart are battling for that last spot. So I was very curious to see what was going to happen there. And then I wanted to take a good look at Kenny Pickett too, up close. So I'm excited to see Kenny Pickett during FanFest. That's going to be fun. Um, let's see who else. Who else have I heard about so far? Um, kind of going through the roster here as far as what I remember hearing about, and I got a pretty good memory, so give me a second. Um, I'm interested to see the progress on Trevin Wallace too. As he's coming back from injury from last year. This is going to be a lot of fun to see what that offseason did for Trevin. Workouts wise, progression wise, speed, acceleration, um, just knowledge of the game overall. I'm excited to see his progress. I really like him. Um, and I heard Mike Jack actually got a pick too. Uh, during the first week without pads as well. So, congrats to the two corners that got picks. Without pads. Now we're going to see what you're really made of with pads. We're going to see, how this is amped up. We're going to see, are these guys able to handle the workload that we're giving them? Okay. So you were on Discord. Let me try to get you in. This is a good time to do that. Let's see. Let me add you in. I need to just add you directly. Let's see. Discover. Nah. I don't know. I'm just learning this platform a little bit better. Every year. I'm not used to it. You have to forgive me if I'm not used to how this works. How do I find new people on there? Friends. Oh yeah. Okay. Add friend. There it is. I found it. See, I'm getting used to it. I'm starting to get used to it, guys. Because I mean, like we used Discord all year long for the team chat, reactions and stuff like that too. So it's free, so that's the best way to do it. Okay, so Stick City 910. Right. Okay. I got you. Just sent you a request. Yeah, and if anybody else wants to get on stream, just ask me. Just post your Discord And especially during game days, you know, we love having people on during game day reactions. Um, and we'll get you in, you know. Okay. So now I got to add you to the correct server. Direct message. Is that you? That's okay. I think that's you. Message me. Message me so I can confirm it. Just like wave at me, do anything. Doesn't matter. Because I think I found you. I'm going to send you a wave. You can confirm if you got it or not. Yep. All right, cool. Let me add you. I gotta add you to the correct server. One moment. Yeah. Yep. Boom. All right. You are officially in the server. Let's go. I'm gonna start up. There we go. And let's get you in here. How's everybody doing in chat so far? Y'all having a good day? Y'all having a good summer? There we go. What's going on, man?
What is up, my brother in Panther Nation?
Excited to have you here, man. So what
Another
you want
day
to talk about, man?
Dirt bikes and ATVs, pretty much. That's about it.
I mean, we can talk about stuff like that later, but what type of Panther stuff you want to talk about, man?
I'm getting like an echo thing going. What do I need to do? I think
Just
I
mute the
don't.
stream.
Hold on. I'm doing something wrong here.
Nah, just mute the stream.
So-
You muted Discord, mute the stream. All right, while he's figuring that out, I'll get us started with a good conversation starter. This new stadium that we've got, the stadium upgrades were approved. Well, y'all love the Panther growl anyway, so figured I'd throw it out there. But yeah, this new stadium upgrade. I've seen it. I've seen the video for it. And I also saw part of the interview with Dan, Dave, Tepper, and one other gentleman. which I believe was Roger Goodell, if I'm not mistaken. That's the day before, right? Okay. Sounds good. All right. So I just locked in plans with Blitz for a preview stream for the Hall of Fame game for Wednesday night. We haven't set a time for it yet, but that'll be next week. Looking forward to that. Those streams are always fun. Yeah, our depth is amazing on this team. I absolutely agree with that. Um, did we get him in here? Did that work out? There you go. Are you back in?
I pressed just voice this time.
Okay. Did you mute the stream? If you mute the stream and you just have the mic on, for Discord, that usually works out best. Not sure if you heard that, but I'm gonna start going through a few of these clips. Where's the one with the new stadium on it? It was video, right? Was it a video? Yeah, it was a video. It was a 1 minute 17 video. Let me get that up on screen. Just in case people haven't seen this yet. Some people haven't. I know people have really busy lives, you know what I mean? I know I do. All right. There it is. And really, we don't need sound for this because it's a copyrighted song. So, but yeah, let's take a look at the outside of this building. It looks like it looks really sleek. They've redesigned it with the engineers a little bit from the first designs that we saw. New bigger board up here, it looks like, video board, which is awesome. I like it. I think it's sleek, man. You got the Panthers out front, where those statues are. One thing they did was they made this a 3-gate entry now, which I don't know how I feel about that. Versus a 4, because you're gonna have people jam packed trying to get into the entrances now. And that's gonna be a little rough. So hopefully they regulate it properly. Hold up. I need to go back like a few seconds. Okay, so this area, this pavilion area, is like for musicians and stuff like that. So they're gonna have like artists and whatnot out here. I think that's a really cool idea right there. You know, Tapper's been trying to get like a new music venue going, along with the stadium upgrades. Is this what he's referencing? If this is what he's referencing, I'm okay with this. Um, but if he's referencing like a whole gigantic building and a new, totally new music venue, then no, that's not what we need in Charlotte. We need more hotels because the number of times that like hotels have sold out whenever you have like two major big artists coming into Charlotte is ridiculous. And you end up having to go all the way down to Rock Hill, to get a hotel. And that's if you can find one. So I think it's absolutely absurd, that we don't have enough hotels. Roger Goodell himself mentioned the fact that the biggest problem with Super Bowl hosting is the fact that you don't have enough hotels. And I've been saying that for years. That's one of the reasons, right? That's one of the main factors of getting a Super Bowl here and a draft here. Because if we're having this much trouble with parking and this much trouble with like traffic and whatnot and hotels and whatnot, imagine what that's going to look like with the draft and the Super Bowl. It's going to be insane. And the playoff game was a pretty good example of like how we're handling it, whether it be positively or negatively, in my opinion. It's a pretty good sample size. So the hotels instantly sold out for that playoff game. Obviously because it's a major Panthers game. We're in the playoffs for the first time in 10 years. So naturally that happened. But you look at the AC/DC concert, they sold out of hotels for the AC/DC concert, plus what other the R&B artist that was in town too. I believe it's an R&B artist, could be a rap artist, I don't know. I wasn't familiar with the name of the artist, but the thing is, like, it was a major label artist. So I said, okay, if Charlotte is selling out just for that, imagine a draft party or a Super Bowl. I mean, you're going to have people selling out the hotels throughout the entire western side of North Carolina. And maybe part of South Carolina. Just to make it up there. Because you got to think people are traveling from outside of the country. People are traveling from different states to see these events. And it's a thing that needs to be addressed, in my opinion. It's a major problem, and it's been that way for a handful of years now. If you're talking like one concert every night, where it's a major label artist, at like PNC Park or something like that, it's not a big deal because they have their own parking lots. So it won't sell out the hotels that bad. But if you have like a second event going on at the same time, that's where it becomes a problem. Like a Panthers game or like an AC/DC concert going on at the same time as, say, a major label artist over at PNC Park. So it becomes a problem very quickly, even if it's within 30 minutes of the city of Charlotte. And, part of the issue of trying to get the Panthers to stay in Charlotte was the fact that we had to sign a contract to make sure that happened and get stadium upgrades at the same time. Both at the same time. I don't mind that. But the issue becomes, how much stadium upgrades are you trying to do? When you're not addressing the main problems, such as parking and hotels. Um, the hotels and parking don't really become a problem for training camp when you're visiting training camp. Not yet, anyway. Because they do have a parking lot over there for that. But I could foresee that being a problem if those numbers keep going up at some point. A slight problem if there's another event going on at the same time as training camp. You see what I'm talking about, guys? And people are charging out the wazoo to park near the stadium. It's like 60, $70, to park near the stadium. It's insane. It's insane. Then you got the golf carts that are going around. They want like 30, $40 to travel you like right up the street. It's like come on. They got like half a dozen of those carts out there, just bugging you every 5 seconds, for a ride up there. Most people just choose to walk. Unless you feel like you need that ride, that's fine. If you got a disabled person with you or something of that nature, then yeah, that's fine. These people are hustling, they're trying to make their money. I don't have a problem with that. It's just the amount that they're charging is ridiculous. When you're already charging out the wazoo for the parking lots. That's been my issue with it. I don't really talk too much about that, but I wanted to get that out there. But continue on with the stadium tour here. You got the tables and benches out here, and then you got a little venue here, music venue out here. That's fine. It's fine and dandy, Get some music going on game day is cool. I like that. That adds to the vibe, definitely. The Roaring Riot definitely loves that. They're big on that. They get their bands and people, out there for the Roaring Riot tailgates and stuff. But you got a big flat screen right here near the south lawn, which is cool. So people can watch the game while they're chilling out and eating out here, which is cool. Outside when the weather's good. You get in here and you get greeted with the main sign here and the elevators and staff and people here, which is cool. I like the lighting. I like everything about this. This is cool. Of course, the tunnel looks the same. Field looks the same. But let's look at this. They've replaced the PSL seating with these extra viewing seats up here, bars and whatnot up here, which is kind of cool. They got the awning and covering up here, which is what I wanted to see happen. So thank you, management and engineers, for listening. I appreciate that and hearing my opinions on that. I do realize occasionally, people from the management do hear our streams and hear what we're talking about. So I greatly appreciate you hearing that suggestion and taking that into account and putting these up here. That's going to help you to make a profit up here. That's going to help the fans get, to some covering, from the sun or from the weather, up here when they're drinking and whatnot. So that's a really good thing, And of course the rest of the stadium looks pretty much the same. It's just newly renovated, you know what I mean? Two things I would really like to see is with the stadium seating and stuff like that is, one, please repaint the numbers onto the seats and the sections onto the walls, because there were so many complaints about that. Oh my god, there were so many complaints about that. It was ridiculous, especially during concerts. If you have assigned seating, it's horrendous. So yeah, please work on that and try to get those relabeled and set up, because I'm asking for everybody. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, not just myself. All of these suggestions are for all of us. You know what I mean? Um, the second thing is, I would like to see the keep pounding mantra somewhere on these walls somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Um, on the outside of the stadium, on the inside of the stadium, put it somewhere, where it is visible. We need that out there to show people, this is who we are. This is what we do. This is our mantra. This is our source of our motivation and what we do, and to honor Sam Mills, of course, respectfully, because he was the one that created that mantra and the reason why I carry it today on my channel name. And I feel like it's an honor, man. It really is, to carry on that legacy of that name. As long as it doesn't become trademark, I'm going to continue carrying it until I can't anymore. And if I can't, I'm going to put KP. That's going to be the channel name. Because I'm not losing that channel name, guys. I'm not. So you're going to know what that means. Every time you hear my channel name, you're going to know what KP means if you're a Panthers fan. So that's the backup plan, if that should ever happen. So I want y'all to know, I'm going to carry it for as long as I can. But I like the extra banners up here, electronic banners up here, and the extra box seats up here. This is kind of cool. The issue is, the people that lost their PSL seats have to rebuy those PSL seats. I heard about that when I was talking to a couple of people this week, and it frustrated me because, some of these people have had these PSL seats for 30, 40 years. Or 25 years, right? Since the inception of the team. Some of them have had them like 15, 20 years, Some of them have had them 10, So, no matter how long you've had them, it still makes a big difference, for the people that are longtime Panthers fans that have had these seats and they want to make it generational, for their kids, that will eventually grow into adult Panther fans, that'll be sitting in those seats. It'll be a generational thing. So it is frustrating on that front, to see that happen. But that's one of the main reasons I was opposed to these bars and viewing areas up here to begin with. But let's continue. So that's what you're going to see on the field there. And again, I would love to see that black background on the end zone with the blue lettering. That represents a golden time for this team and what we were doing at the time. During 2015, we had those end zones the entire time, and it motivated us because it looks so sleek. It looks professional. It looks like we mean business, And I really love that look. That's my favorite look, of the end zones that we've seen so far. My second favorite is the one we had in 04. Going back to the OG end zone look, it's cool every once in a while. But when we got a big divisional game or something like that, big game, I want to see these black end zones, man. That's going to make the people pumped up on this team and want to win. All right, so here is the inside club area. We've kind of seen these looks before. You got your bar in here. and all that. That's typical. Club level seating and whatnot. I think that's kind of cool. They've upgraded that a little bit. Got the big screen right there. Got the lobby over here. The front desk. So this is during like a soccer game. You got the smoke coming out. That looks kind of cool. I like that. So this is the main atrium area here, you know, inside of like box areas. People got their food, they got seats in the tables and whatnot. That's kind of cool. Luxury boxes and whatnot. Private boxes, you know, you're entertaining guests and stuff. That's kind of cool. So this is the outside view, you know, from a helicopter, and I like that. It looks sleek from the outside. You know, it looks professional. It looks beautiful. You know, I really like this. This is really nice. A lot of people express frustration because they didn't have like protection from the weather and whatnot. Still, you know, some people wanted a dome, and you know, you honestly, I'm opposed to the dome. To be real with you, because I would rather us be exposed to the weather. You know what I mean? At during games and whatnot, because it makes us a tougher team. You know, people come in here and that gives us an advantage. You know, a tactical advantage in games. So, you know, some of these like dome teams are not going to be prepared for that when they come down here. So I think that's a big plus, you know, to have that. But at the same time, I understand people's, you know, concerns about that and whatnot. I get it. You know, I'm not downplaying it at all. You know, um, and there's daytime versus nighttime. That's pretty cool. You know, maybe there's a concert going on. They've got a little concert area there, you know, with the lighting and whatnot. And there's with the lights on and people in the game, in the stadium and whatnot. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I like it. My main question is, will Tepper finish the job? And that's the first thing that Charlotte City Council asked, you know, when those plans were first presented, you know, with the first designs. This is the finished designs that you're seeing right there. So you'll see they actually they listened to what I said and they implemented that into the new designs. So it doesn't look like a soccer stadium. It looks like the Panthers are forced in forefront. You know what I mean? As they should be. You know, because that's the reason the stadium exists. And you're also encompassing the soccer fans too, because it does kind of look like a soccer stadium from the outside ring. You know what I mean? With the electronics and whatnot. Now, you will not be able to get inside this area right here. You won't be able to get in there. But entrance here, entrance there, underneath that scoreboard, entrance on that side. That's what it's looking like right now. And there's your music venue area right there. So, with that being said, I do like what I'm seeing here. And another thing is I would like to see, again, the Panthers Hall of Fame names, be posted or put up somewhere along the stadium walls, just like it is now, you know. And I would also like to see, with the walkways, the up and down ramps, I would like to see players past and present, represented in those hallways, along with the keep pounding mantra in there, so that we can hype up the game day experience and add to the vibe, and remind people, oh, hey, this is a scene from, the double overtime Rams game, or hey, this is a scene from whatever amazing situation that you saw or you loved, in Panthers history, and have that on a mural, somewhere in the stadium for people to look at, that are not in box seats. I think that would be really, really cool, especially in the walkways, just, and you can interchange the numbers whenever you want, for current players. If you want to promote certain players at a certain time, you could do that, by painting their numbers on the wall. That would be really cool. I would be definitely down for that. And it would get me hype, walking into the stadium and saying, oh yeah, I remember this player. I remember. And it'll bring back memories of those players, as you walk up and down those hallways. Whether you win or lose that game, it'll bring back good memories of Steve Smith, Luke Kuechly, Thomas Davis, whoever you want to promote. And I think that would be really, really cool, as an addition. Another suggestion, and this was Corey Rucker's idea, is to have like a Saturday night concert series for the Panthers, and have the Roaring Riot host it, and do packages, for, like hotel packages. I'm not sure how exactly that would work, You'd have to finagle that a little bit and see what you want to do with that, but I would definitely like to see like a Saturday night like concert experience, before you go into the game on Sunday mornings. That would be really, really cool. Because the Roaring Riot does their little artists and whatnot over there, So why not do something over, at the stadium and have the Roaring Riot host it? I would love to see that. Have them be a part of the stadium experience. Not just doing their own thing, but like sponsored, officially sponsored for concert series or something. That would be amazing. Wouldn't y'all like that? Wouldn't y'all enjoy that? Like whatever artist you want in there, and a former player or a famous player would like announce the band of their choice, that they really enjoy, when they book them. Wouldn't that be amazing, guys? Like, I would absolutely love that. I would come up there the night before for that, depending on the artist. I would definitely support that. And it would help out the hotels. It would help out the restaurants. It would help out a lot of different things. So it's a great idea, to look into. Mr. Tepper, if you want to expand on that. I'm not looking to take credit for that idea. Neither is my buddy Rucker that came up with the idea originally. I'm just promoting it. So you take that idea and run with it, Mr. Tepper. And also, there's nothing wrong with you like owning hotels, Mr. Tepper. You got enough money, own a few hotels, expand your empire, man. Then you could do packages with the Panthers, you know what I mean? And the soccer team. Wouldn't you love that? That puts more money in your pocket, buddy. I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to give you some positive suggestions that will help you out and put more money in your pocket, because that money goes back into the stadium. It goes back into the players. It goes back into the community, the city of Charlotte, So I need, this is why I've suggested all these things, because I'm a businessman. This is what I do, you know. But you do you, Mr. Tepper. If you like the idea, run with it. If you don't, that's fine too. Just a suggestion. Just a handful of suggestions I'd like to see happen. But they keep pounding mantra, we've got to have that somewhere on the stadium walls. We've got to have it. That's got to happen. I'm pushing hard for that one. So, and I'm guessing J-Rock just wasn't able to get on Discord, but that's okay. So that is the stadium upgrades there. What do y'all think? Drop some thoughts in chat. What do you think? I think it looks good with the night sky. Look at that. With the city of Charlotte night sky. That's a really good representation of what it looks like in Charlotte right now, outside of the stadium. With the blue sky. That's beautiful. So, I don't know. Just my take on it. Y'all come here for my take on things, so there you go. Okay, Queen City News is posting that now. They're announcing something about that in their video. Day 5 training camp. Okay, yeah, Blitz is going to be joining us for the preview stream for the Hall of Fame game, so don't miss that on Wednesday night. On the 5th, Wednesday the 5th. So be looking out for that about 8 or 9 o'clock, probably. Let me see. My team chat's been busy all week, man. But yeah, it's a $1.3 billion stadium overall. And Tepper borrowed $645 million from the city of Charlotte. To make that happen. Fly through renderings. Yeah, there it is. Let's see. I want their official channel. Hold up. Why am I not seeing their official channel pop up? Where y'all at? Man. There it is. Okay. I might be interested in doing one player presser. One or two. If I was to do one or two player pressers, which ones would you want to listen to? Type it in chat and let me know. And I also plan on doing the 2015 stories reactions as well. So that will happen too. Before the official start of the season. I'll make sure to make that a priority and make sure to do that too. All right. But right now, I'm interested in the Dan Morgan and Dave Canales pressers. Okay. They got Mike Jack. Okay. I might be interested in that. I might be. Would y'all want me to react to that one? Would you like to see that reaction to Mike Jack? Let me know. Or JC Horn. I'm gonna do this one. I'm gonna do this one. This is the most recent one from Dave Canales. Let's see what we're doing with, folks. What's the latest out of camp, and we'll go backwards from there. Sound good? Because I want to stay updated.
Sun, little heat, little humidity. Guys got some good work today. Ended with the nice move the ball period. That was very competitive. And again, just trying to harp on just penalties. Just little things that come up. Keeping the line of scrimmage clean. It was another pretty good day, but in the move the ball, guys get tired. We had a couple of pre-snap deals there, so try to hit the guys on that. And
hold up. All right, so they're focused on penalties today and little things. Okay, so little things like pre-snap movements, things of that nature. False starts, maybe an offside. Those are the focus for today. All right. I got you. Continue.
Really nice finish. Bryce to T-Mac in the back of the end zone on a little double move. So
I saw that video. For those that haven't seen that, let me find that real quick. I'm gonna show that to you. It's in the shorts. That was a really cool really cool play. Where is it? JC is back. I see that. Okay. And we'll go through all these too. Did they not put... I guess they didn't put the video up of that. T-Mac. Oh, one-handed catch, Jalen Coker. Let's do this one. Oh, snap. Jalen with the one-handed catch, y'all. Ooh. Ooh. Jalen's got those hands, bro. As you can see, they got pads on, too. Okay. Here it is at full speed. Beautiful. That's what you like to see right there. Yeah, that's talent right there.
What's up, baby? It's Ocho. I'm in Charlotte. Where am I at right now? I'm at Panther facility. I'm at Panther practice. The team that before the season started, I said we're going to be what they did last year. We made the playoffs. So what we going to do this year? Huh? We're going to keep pounding. Huh? We're going to keep pounding and build off what we did last year. It's going to be another good season. We'll see y'all in the playoffs. Okay? Huh? Remember, Ocho said it first. Keep pounding.
Ooh. You heard the man. You heard Ocho. You heard the man. All right, so here's JC. First look. You guys remember that gauntlet drill that you see during Combine? The NFL Combine? There it is. Where you have to stay on the line. You back up, hip turn. You're ready for the ball. There it is. That's a big drill right there. It's a big one.
What's up, baby?
That separates a lot of different players.
For real?
That's the hands challenge right there.
I'm super tough. Y'all just get games that
Hand-eye coordination.
Where you even get something like this from, bro? Third time to charm.
There you go. There you go. That's actually a good idea. These players should get one of these and just like work on that, you know, especially if you're a receiver.
And then they can keep going.
For real?
Yeah. Yes. Keep going.
For real?
That's a really cool challenge right there. I like that. So yeah, let's especially for the hand-eye coordination, you know, that's really useful. And a lot of these players need a lot of hand-eye coordination, you know, in the game of football. So I like that. That's a very creative challenge. Very nice. Very cool.
Yeah, I might have pulled a couple cards in my game, but I tried to stay green.
Okay, that's good.
And he just kind of smiles and he goes, "What goes
There it is. There's the high catch for Brazil there against Mike Jack.
up must come down."
This could have been the play of the day twice in either direction.
The video came
Facts.
through as I was actually standing there talking to Mike Jack, and I see it.
Beautiful
and I'm like,
throw.
Oh, look at this, and I show it to him, and he just kind of smiles and he goes, "What goes up must come down."
That's the difference between a hospital pass and a pass where the wide receiver has to extend for the ball like in a regular season game. That's the difference right there. So as you're watching this again, like, hold on.
And he just kind of
Look at the distance he has to go up for this ball versus like a hospital pass, which would be like 2 feet higher. And then you're talking about risking an injury, you know, without pads on. So it can get very dangerous if the quarterback is overthrowing the ball or not using proper technique. That could turn into a hospital pass very quickly. But instead, that was a perfectly placed ball by Bryce Young, right where it needed to be, you know, in a tight coverage, man-to-man coverage. So very impressive.
smiles and he goes, "What goes up must come down."
This could have been the play of the
So I wanted people to see that because that's important. You know what I mean? And there is Willie's interception. This is a underthrown ball. This is what happens when you underthrow the ball. And you have a talented corner, you know, undercutting the route. Beautiful pick. Well done by the rookie. That's what we want to see right there in the first week without pads on. That just set the tone for him right there in his development. So let's keep pushing, you know, let's keep trying to get more picks. Let's keep trying to get better coverage, you know, and jumping routes and things of that nature. You know, be a ball hawk, Willie. I fully encourage you to. We need one on this defense. You know, we've got Dante. We've had Mr. Jackson over there, and you've got Mike Jack on the other side, and neither one of them have really been ball hawks up until Mike Jack started stepping up last year. Yeah, I mean, JC got his, but it wasn't like what Mike Jack was doing last year. When they started testing Mike Jack, because you're not going to test Dante Jackson on the other side, because he's going to shut you down, with tight coverage. So where do these quarterbacks go? They go for Mike Jack and they try to test him. So when you saw those 3 or 4 interceptions, that's because Mike Jack stepped up and he did his thing, And it's like, okay, well, we got a baller on our hands. When you see a rookie do this in the first week and he was drafted in the 4th round, come on, man. That shows me he's doing all the right things he's supposed to be doing in order to get that interception. And I'm very, very happy to see that right there. That's a positive step forward. All right, so here's Jonathan Brooks. We're getting our first look at Jonathan Brooks. Well, I am. Anyway, you guys have probably seen him. Seen these clips already. But showing off that speed a little bit. And that footwork. Very nice. I want to see him in the 11 on 11s. Alright, so this is T-Mac on an out route. Okay, cool.
Hurry in during the Jeep.
And there's the stadium design there.
Hurry into the Ram.
Yeah. Very quiet. Very quiet. Goes onto the field, flips the switch, lunatic.
I'm all over it. What's up?
Sorry, man. Those are my last 2. Guess you're out of Luke.
We have all this curly hair and glasses, and people were like, yo, is this guy for real?
Ain't nobody know you. You get more out of him. I don't have anything good for him. I knew that was coming. You okay? You okay?
Very quiet. Very quiet. Goes onto the field, flips the switch, lunatic.
I'm all over it. What's up?
Sorry, man. Those are my last 2. Guess you're out of Luke.
I love it.
We have all this curly hair and glasses, and people were like, yo, is this guy for real?
Ain't nobody know you. You get more out of him. I don't have anything good for him.
Hey.
I knew that was coming.
That's my guy right there. That's my guy right there.
Very quiet.
That's my guy. Luke
Walmart
is a
Express
beast,
delivery
dude.
is fast.
See the dark clouds starting to roll
Luke
in.
is a
We
legend.
had a bit of rain during halftime, and the radar doesn't look too good. Well, this game is about to change. It is like a monsoon just
Turning back
rolled
time
through
right
here.
there.
Crowd's hanging in
2013.
there having fun. Here's Pierre Thomas, left side. Guess who? Here's a family before the weather rolled in, just enjoying themselves, waving. And then this. It's like a
Oh my
waterfall
God.
coming into the lower deck. How about this guy right below the booth?
Who all was at that game? Was
Mission
anybody in chat at that
accomplished.
game?
He's on TV. Out of
Or in the
shotgun.
comment section? Let me know.
It's Breeze. A little shoulder fake, and he's picked by Kuechly. See the dark clouds start.
Oh my God. That was awesome.
From editing and uploading to
90s
movies
Panther.
and streaming.
I love the energy. Oh god, so invigorating right there. Oh man, this has become one of my favorite shorts right here. This is beautiful. Short videos. I love this. Man, Luke Kuechly was an animal.
Now even sloppier with this weather as the heavens
The
have
monsoon
opened up
game
here
of
in
11.
downtown Charlotte. Look
Who
at
was
the
at that
water
game?
now. Some amazing pictures inside the stadium. Some of the areas of the field here that is just beyond the end zone.
He's using a cup to get rid of the water.
And I'm not sure even the best. The Panthers will face 3 playoff teams in succession over the next 3 weeks. Here's Gabbert. Too far in front, and it's intercepted. That's Sherrod Martin, the safety on the pick. Martin still looking for some yardage there out past the 35 and brought down at the 37. As Gabbert, 2 rookies up front. Some unproven aspects of this Panthers defense. They wrap up Kareem, surround them in the backfield for a loss of yard. Now even sloppier with this.
Good lord. That reminds me of that 2015 Colts game that went to overtime. Oh my god, just constant monsoon all the way up to Charlotte. Through the whole game and overtime and all the way back when I was driving back. It was horrible. It was horrible. You had maybe like 15 minutes of sunlight at the end of the third quarter. That was it. That was crazy.
Check it
Worth
out.
every second, and I would do it again. Worth every second. And every penny I spent on that game.
Nick's patient. He's like waiting for it.
Oh, patience, he sucks. I got the ball.
I'm dead.
What's the matter?
Y'all got hungry hippos. Oh my god. That's funny.
One more.
I won. What you mean?
We definitely.
Which foundation is good for us?
Oh man.
I'll be back.
Oh. I gotta go straight.
Bumper cars.
I'm fine. My dude leaning.
Bro.
I'm actually gonna buy this. I'm like that.
Oh man, the bumper cars is funny. That's great.
Y'all, look at what my roommate did. My pickles.
Alright, Bryce, you ready? Yeah. Let's do it. Left
Ah,
hand
the
here,
promo
and then
pictures.
turn a little bit.
Look at that.
Good.
That's cool.
Good. Shoot that in a little bit more.
Ah, that's cold right there. That's cold.
This way.
Hey.
And stop and turn. Good.
I love those promo pictures. Those are cool. They do an excellent job with those.
And that's it, folks.
Connect 4. Oh man. All right. Back to the Dave Canales presser. Let's see what we got here. What you got for us?
Camp, we got a little sun, little heat, little humidity. Guys got some good work today. Ended with the nice move the ball period. That was very competitive, and just a couple of things to to keep it exciting, and hope that if anybody's listening comes out and supports. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Will there be a padded practice?
Absolutely, yeah. We'll pad up, and it'll be like an inter-squad scrimmage, so it'll be all but just live tackling to the ground. It's going to be physical. We're asking the guys to square up and show me you made the tackle. So it'll be a physical day, and we're going to put it in the evening so the guys can start to get used to doing that work later on, because we do practice, from 10 to about noon.
It's almost knee injury, something that he came into camp. Did he tweak?
He did not. It was just something that kind of started to get sore after the first couple of days. And then we just, he mentioned it to us. We started to look at it, and, we put him through some good recovery stuff and deloaded him for a couple of days, got him back out there, and he couldn't finish the day.
All right, now my question is, what type of warm-up drills are you guys doing that is causing like those types of lingering tightness and whatnot like that, that eventually turns into injuries? So I feel like it could be the drills that we're doing in camp, but it could also be the warm-ups that these players are doing too. So just be aware that if you're a player, maybe it could be either one. If we could start to like cut down on how many injuries we have in training camp and preseason, if we can, it would be very, very helpful towards preseason games, and towards the regular season as well. But if you can't prevent them, I understand injuries are part of the game. I get it, but there are preventable injuries, and then there are non-preventable injuries. So we'll see what we can do about that, as far as cutting those down. But suggestions wise, but for now, that's something of a major concern right now, because honestly, it wouldn't be a Panthers preseason if we don't have at least one or two players, undergoing surgery. It's just become a thing now, and it's, I laugh at it, but it's really not good. So we gotta start focusing on that and trying to get that figured out.
Is it the left knee?
It's the same one, yeah. Yeah.
It seemed to an untrained eye that Bryce had a pretty spectacular day. I wonder if you could talk about Bryce, and then also what J.C. Horn has looked like to you.
Yeah, first off, it's great to have Mike and JC back out there for the full practice. It makes things harder out there on the perimeter, and makes you have to, question whether you want to target that receiver out there. And so that's what we're used to. And with the pressure unit that we have, the different packages we have, to be able to have those guys sitting out there staring at the quarterback, I can tell you from personal experience, it's not comfortable. And so it's good to have them out there. Bryce is continuing to just take the next steps. What I see from...
Hold on. So what I'm gathering from this is you got Bryce versus Mr. Jackson out there taking care of business. And then J.C. Horn. I apologize. I totally... It slipped my mind that Dante Jackson's no longer a Panther, but I apologize about that one. I've had a long week, guys. Forgive me. But J.C. Horn. Hey. J.C. Horn doing his thing versus Bryce Young. And J.C. Horn is making Bryce think twice about throwing it there. That's just Horn doing Horn things, man. That's what he is. That's who he is. That's why we love him.
From Bryce right now is just ownership and mastery of the concepts, and now I just see the timing, the rhythm, and just the me to you factor with his guys, and watching him
timing and the rhythm. And he's starting to master this offense. Ooh, Did y'all hear that? I get it's training camp, but wow. Y'all wanted progress with Bryce Young. There it is. There it is right there. Y'all asked for it. What more do you want?
Throw anticipatory balls to T-Mac, to Jalen, to David Moore. Showed up again with another touchdown. It's like one a day. It's vitamin D. So Demo shows up and makes a play. So I just see his level of comfort really showing up with the guys. And I'm excited as we just continue to build on that.
It was a pretty good.
I love hearing that right there. Let's go. Bryce Young making plays. Play after play after play after play. It's building. It's momentum. Oh my gosh. That means his footwork is good. That means his throws are on target. That means his vision is good. That means his comprehension of where these wide receivers are supposed to be and timing and chemistry are good. Everything is lining up to where these plays are happening. You have to line up with all of those things and check all those boxes as a quarterback. And all of those things are happening consistently now. Every single day of camp so far. That's what I like to hear right there. If you're a Panthers fan, get excited. That's what you need to hear right there.
Day for
that's a really good sign.
Kenny and Haynes both were pretty accurate today. You're bringing Kyle Trask. What's the thought process there, and how much does having 4 preseason games kind of factor into that?
Yeah. First of all, I get to talk about Will Harriger, our QB coach, doing a fantastic job getting all those guys ready. They're into it. They have tools. I'm really proud of how they're handling the blitz pickup and pressures and having solutions, all the way from Kenny down to Haynes. Whatever it might be, whatever the pressure might be, they have an answer. That goes with all the prep, all the meetings, and bringing it alive on the field. Ultimately, Kyle Trask is somebody that I love. Got a chance to spend a year with him in Tampa, and brought him in to work him out, see where he's at physically, and maybe it's the Hall of Fame game, and on top of that, it's just being ready for you. You don't know. You never know what happens, but it's good to just have guys who know the system to be ready and to be available. And I'm just glad to be able to just spend a day with Kyle. He'll be working out here in a second right behind us. And so,
if match.
All right. So I'm excited to have Kyle Trask here. We're going to see what happens with that. But yeah. He was behind Tom Brady in Tampa Bay. He was the backup to Tom Brady. So Tom Brady and Dave Canales both think highly of Kyle Trask as a backup to Tom Brady. That's a sign. That's a sign right there. If this workout goes well, yeah, sign him immediately. Because I got a good feeling about this. Don't y'all? That's 2 green lights right there. 2 big green lights.
You mentioned the chemistry between Bryce and his guys and the late touchdown to T-Mac. He also had one a few plays earlier that when Mike Jack was on T-Mac. It looked like Bryce just kind of bought him time and got it in there. How much exciting is it to see plays like that where it's trust, it's timing, it's just all of that building up?
Yeah, it feels great.
Excellent question. Excellent question. This is a reporter that has done her homework. Put some respect on this reporter's name. I don't know who that was, but I like you. Ask more questions like that.
It feels great to know that these guys they put the time in, they put the work in, and through the off season, they were able to get together on their own this summer and just continue to work on that, those connections. And then also the defense, a couple of really great rushes, and Bryce had to move off the spot, and that's where he's special. He was able.
Ooh. So we got a couple of good rushes too, despite not having our guy that got injured, Nick Scorton. Interesting. Very interesting. That means Princely's stepping up. That means Jalen Phillips is stepping up on the offensive line. Fascinating. All right. If they're doing 11 on 11s, that's exactly what that means. That's what we translate that to. Because the starters have to face the starters. Second string has to face second string. Third string has to face third string. So what that told me is that the starters, Phillips, Lloyd, and Princely, are starting to step up. Very good. And you might have seen a little bit of it from Derek Brown. Who knows? I'm not going to say that the rookie has stepped up yet, because we haven't put the rookie in, against starters, but I'll say that's impressive already. I like that.
Able to kind of slide to the left, buy him some time, and get the ball down the field. So, but those are the ops that we need, and it brings out the best in all of us.
Whoa! Slide to the left. Hold up. Are you talking about the offensive line? Are you talking about the offensive line slide to the left? Slide protection?
Through the offseason, they were able to get together on their own this summer and just continue to work on that, those connections.
Let's hear that
and then
again.
Also the defense, a couple of really great rushes, and Bryce had to move off the spot, and that's where he's special. He was able to kind of slide to the left, buy him some time, and get the ball down the field. So.
Oh, okay. Context matters. Cam Newton. Bryce sliding to the left, buying him some time. Very good.
But those are the ops that we need, and it brings out the best in all of us. Our
Correct.
outside guys going against Mike and going against JC every day is fantastic, and of course Will Lee having to deal with our guys as well. It's going to bring out the best in him, and that's what we look for competition.
Back on the
Right, talented players versus talented players. In one-on-one drills, 11-on-11 drills, it brings out the best in these guys. Facts.
Corners, you guys obviously locked up JC. Mike Jackson in contract year. How would you describe the level of priority for getting him locked up?
Mike's one of my favorite guys. Again, this is just a negotiation thing. This is really not my world, and so I think they'll continue to go through that process and make that decision when the time's right.
What answer did you expect him to give you? Like, that's Dan Morgan's question. Come on. About Mike Jack and the contract year. He deals with contracts. Dave Canales does not deal with contracts. Like, learn how things work, bro. Instead of asking a question like that. Ask it to the right person. Take your time and learn.
I know you talked about FanFest, but it is the first time you'll be in that stadium in front of fans since the playoff game. Just how excited are you to be in that sort of environment again and give that to the guys again?
It's fantastic, and having a taste of what it feels like to be in the wild card round, to win the division, hosting a playoff game, and the support that we got from our fan base. As people ask me, like, what was that game like? The ones who weren't able to be there, it was just like, it was special from pregame. As our groups came out, DBs, wide receivers, the big boys come out together. There was just a welcoming from the crowd that was already there. The energy was right, and the guys could feel that. They come bouncing out of the tunnel a little different when they have that kind of support, and so that's the last thing in our guys' minds. And as I asked them, let's move on. This is 2026. This is a new season. Nothing is guaranteed. The work is today. I know that in the back of their minds, I know they can feel that, and they're excited to get back into our stadium, play ball like we know how, and I'm excited about and looking forward to a really good turnout so that the energy's right in there.
Yesterday you said you wanted to watch the film before you kind of diagnosed Monroe's day.
Yeah.
What did you see on film, and if anything, what did you see today?
Yeah, so
excellent question. This is something I needed to know about is about Monroe Freewing.
From yesterday or from the day before, it was yesterday's film. Having a surface to get on top of to get his big mitts in there helped him, and he was able to play comfortably. There were a couple of times he got a little bit behind the rush. He's so athletic, he's able to get his big body back in phase to create that pocket width that we're looking for, and I'm really, really encouraged, really excited for where he's at.
Okay, so yeah, you're gonna have a setback or two because of the fact that he's still a rookie. That's understandable. if your footwork's not quite right just yet, or your hands aren't quite right just yet to NFL level. That's understandable. That's what training camp is for.
You said you wanted to be
Give him
part
some
of
time.
Ken's story.
He'll learn.
But how has he affected the story of training camp so far?
Just the way that he prepares. He's in there early. He's ready to go. He knows the script. He knows what's happening. He's asking great questions. He's bringing things up from places that he's been in the past. It's exactly right. As the backup quarterback, that's one of your jobs. Is we're all in there in that room to support Bryce, and his best way of doing it is to make sure that he's on his stuff and that he's on time and on the money and pushing the practices so we can evaluate, because even though you can't take every single rep, when Kenny goes out there and continues to move the offense or make a concept come alive, that's valuable film. Those are valuable cut-ups that we can use as teach tape for now and for the future. And so it's so important to have him here, and he's done a great job.
If Jasim Reed seemed to make several catches out there today, how much is he making his case right now, and what have you seen from him that stands out?
Yeah, Jasim's giving everything he has. I mean, separates at the top. He knows what he's doing. First and foremost, he's a guy that we can count on. We can really spot him in and play at any position across the receiver room, whether that's X or F or at the Z. So he studies that way. And the bottom line is, we throw him the ball, he catches it. In the definition of wide receiver is receiver, and he does that. And the quarterbacks love throwing to him. That goes for Bryce all the way down to Haynes. So he's really making a case for himself. Concept come alive. That
who is
seems giving everything he has. I mean,
Today, how much is he making his case right
that's valuable film. Those
Who's
are valuable
this wide receiver that we're talking about? I just need to make sure.
So we can use as teach tape for now and for the future. And so it's so important to have him here, and he's done a great job.
If Jasim Reed seemed to make several catches out.
Who?
If Jasim Reed seemed to make several.
Who did he say? Did y'all catch that? I couldn't understand what he was saying. Hold up. He was trying to point out a wide receiver, and I'm not sure who it was. Oh, Jasim Reed. Okay. Now I know who we're talking about. All right, 6'2", 195 from San Diego. 1 year in the league already. All right. Okay. Now I'm on the same page. Let's go.
Catches out there today. How much is he making his case right now, and what have you seen from him that stands out?
Yeah, Jasim's giving everything he has. I mean, separates at the top. He knows what he's doing. First and foremost, he's a guy that we can count on. We can really spot him in and play at any position across the receiver room.
Ooh. So you're trying to tell me that you could put Reed anywhere in the wide receiver room at any spot? Interesting. So we got a multi-tool at wide receiver now, y'all. Interesting.
Whether that's X or F or at the Z. So he studies that way. And the bottom line is, we throw him the ball, he catches it. In the definition of wide receiver is receiver, and he does that. And the quarterbacks love throwing to him. That goes for Bryce all the way down to Haynes. So he's really making a case for himself.
Did you have to breathe a sigh of relief today on that special teams drill when Jonathan slipped and was down momentarily?
Well, JB's going to have to tell me that he really wants to do it because we need him to be ready to see the different returns, but at the same time, we're bringing him back in phases, So that was just another football play. He lost his footing, and we all have to kind of move on from that, him as well, and just say, hey, stuff happens on the football field. Just keep playing fast, trust it, and your body will just continue to catch up to it.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to trip on the football field. Come on, man. Running backs do that too. Come on. That's what training camp is for. You can make mistakes in training camp. Once you get onto the football field during a game, you can't be making those types of mistakes. That's what training camp and practices are for, is to iron that stuff out of your game. So, and perfect your game. So that when you get into a regular season game or a preseason game, you're ready. You won't be making those same mistakes twice.
That conversation be like with him, you said about the return possibility?
He's going to have to beg me. He's going to have to beg me to get out there because I know what an impact he can make on our offense, and we feel very confident in Trevor in what he's done last year as a punt returner and a kick returner. And we have some other young guys too that we really want to evaluate. So I would not anticipate you'll see Jonathan Brooks in the preseason returning any kicks. And once we get into the season, in a competitive moment, he's going to have to come up to me and grab me by the shirt and say, I'm taking this one with Trevor. So, but yeah, Jonathan's doing a great job. He had another great day, full day of practice, played physical, made an.
Okay, so when he refers to, oh yeah, you got to beg me to put you out there, a kick returner, is he talking about Brooks or is he talking about Travis Etienne? About Mr. Etienne back there, Trevor Etienne. I don't know why I keep wanting to say Travis because that's his brother. Anyway, yeah, Etienne, or is he talking about Brooks? Like, what's the context here? Because I think he's talking about Brooks. And yeah, you can't risk him at kick return right now, or punt return. Not off that injury he just came off of. I completely agree with that decision. That's a good idea.
Unbelievable catch on a go ball. If you guys saw that along the other sideline, got his feet in, which just goes to show some of the other things that he can bring to our offense.
Why has it been important for Luke Fortner to get all the first team reps, and what has he brought to the protection calling and just kind of the O-line in general with all this moving and shaking there?
Yeah, the center position.
Ooh, good question. Nobody's been talking about Luke Fortner. Very good question.
Position is about command, and that's what Luke has. He gets up there, he gets us directed, and we play fast. And he's connected with Bryce. They've talked a whole bunch about just working on different cadence usage, protections, things that they're going to do, having a plan.
Cadence usage?
He's a very cerebral guy, so he's always asking those questions. Now, what if this happens? How do you see us handling that? And so we've had some great conversations as a staff with him as well, not just with the players, but whether it's the quarterback or the center, they are kind of that liaison to the rest of the group as they go in there so that we're on the same page.
Oh, okay. So Luke Fortner and Bryce are working on cadences. They're working on chemistry now. This is a step up, man. This is a step up. He was not doing cadences last year. Y'all, this is the progress right here. Little things like that. Do y'all remember who was a real good cadence quarterback? And it's not who you think. Peyton Manning. He was very good at it. So was Cam Newton. Y'all keep an eye on that right there. Because I want to see where this goes. I want to see how this cadence that he is learning right now is going to help him. This is going to be fun. Now we start having some fun, y'all, with Bryce Young. Because this man's already enjoying himself out there and he's having fun. He's winning games. Now he's about to get a cadence. Ooh. Let's see it. Let's see it.
Coach, you brought up Demo earlier.
Yeah.
And it's a really pretty young receiving room. He's really standing out as the vet in there. How important is it for the rest of that room to have his presence and his mentorship there?
I mean, that's really his goal. That's really what Demo has done for me for a long time. And we drafted him in Seattle in 2017 and out of East Central Oklahoma, and really had to teach him everything. And he was a big athlete. He was about 230 pounds, 6 feet, and ran 4.3. And they handed him the ball. They threw it to him how they could. And I was the receivers coach at the time. It was my task to teach him how to just be a receiver in the NFL. And that was a process. And it took him the better part of a year and a half, 2 years to really get to a point where he was reliable and he was stepping up. So he's been through it. He knows the challenges of figuring your body out, what works for you. Demo goes about 215, 213. He changed his body by the way he works, by the way he eats, how he takes care of himself afterwards, how he studies and prepares so that you can be available to pop in really at different positions. And he's valuable on special teams because he can do different things that way. So he's setting the example and showing them, guys, if you want to have a chance to make this team, this is the path. And he's making it hard on everybody. And he's competing just like they all are. And he keeps making plays. And at the end of the day, you can't ignore the film. And so I'm proud of Demo and the man that he is.
Oh, okay. So they're talking about David Moore here. Okay. This is why he's so valuable to him. Okay. Now I'm starting to see. Now I'm starting to understand what y'all are seeing in David Moore. Now I get it. Thank you for explaining that, Dave. Because, like, to me, like, he was just, like, another wide receiver in the room that was reliable. You know what I mean? And now I'm starting to see, okay, yeah, this dude does special teams. He's, like, big in the locker room. He's big in team meetings. You know, he sets the bar on, like, making the team and understanding, like how to do certain things. Okay. Now I get it. Thank you. Thank you for explaining that. That was an excellent question. I'm glad they asked that about David Moore in order to get that answer. See, that's what I need more of during these pressers. Because when you ask the right questions, you get good answers like this. To where now we understand more about the player. We understand the value of said player. We understand information that we didn't have before. You know. All right. Now I'm looking at David Moore a different way because of this. Thank you. That's great. That's a great question. Good job.
The fact that you kind of built him up as a receiver helps him tell the other guys, like, this is what coach is going to want out of you.
Absolutely. He knows what to expect. He knows the standard of work, and he knows how to approach it every day. So, and, you know, anybody can prep themselves all summer and do it for a couple days, but when you get 13, 15 days into camp, your routines are what save you, and that's where Demo really is one of our best examples of how to handle yourself. All right.
Excellent. So we kind of learned a good bit there. That's cool. All right. Good presser right there. Good presser. Learned a good bit. All right. Do we want to do this one? Let's do this one.
Okay, what a beautiful day. Back in pads. Really near and dear to my heart. Just
okay, so this is Tuesday. This is Tuesday's pressure.
It's one of my favorite days from high school, Pop Warner, whatever it is, and now we're all the way in the NFL, getting back to banging and playing a physical nature. I would not say today was to the standard that we're capable of, and the practice got better and better as we were playing more physical, the more guys getting comfortable just being back out there, and kind of challenged them halfway through, and we got more attempts on trying to punch the ball out. We got more physical play as it went on, and that's to be.
So more attempts of punching the ball out. So Tuesday was a rainy day, right? Yeah. Am I right about that? Up in Charlotte?
Be expected, but we got to make sure we capture all these opportunities. They're few and far between to get into pads and to make sure that we're in the right place to be able to play game time football. So, but again, just a great day. Offense won the day, so bounced back. Defense took the first two. Offense is taking the last two. So it's starting to even out a little bit. But I can't wait to watch the film to kind of see some of the things I was looking for, especially up front. You know, as we get in pads, what do guys look like when they're in those one-on-one opportunities?
Yeah. Yeah. Especially like offensive line versus defensive linemen, one-on-one drills. I remember that being prominent when I was up there at training camp 2 years ago. And also down in Spartanburg. the year before that.
Yeah, just the physical nature that we play with. The way that we're used to practicing, it just didn't start that way. That was really the first period. We had 3 team periods, and right in the middle of that period, I kind of went over to the defense and said, "Hey, you guys drive this thing. Like, we got to show up, and everybody's got to get to the ball." And so they took.
Okay, here's my thing. The first drive or two when you first put on the pads on Tuesdays, is going to be a little bit rough around the edges, so that those first drills aren't exactly going to be up to the standard, and that's okay. That's to be expected. But once they settle in and get used to those pads, and they start hitting and doing what they're supposed to be doing, getting into a routine, that's when you start to see these guys like show up, and that's when you can start properly really evaluating the movement.
To the challenge, and they responded well, but I want them to drive it, and they know what to expect. They know what to expect from each other, and so I want them to make sure that they take ownership of that part, and we'll remind them as coaches, but we got to have it. That's the way this game is played.
David, an update on Mitch?
Yeah, they tested him. It was an ankle injury, rolled it up. They're pretty optimistic, but we're going to do a full evaluation just to make sure there's nothing happening in there. But they were pretty optimistic coming off the field, and I'll give you more information as we do the full evaluation.
And that ended up being a MCL sprain, I think, something of that nature, right? Let me double check. Okay, so Saturday we signed a pair of defensive tackles. We claimed an offensive tackle off waivers, Ryan Hayes from the Titans. Second tackle of the day they added. And we made a change at wide receiver. We signed Casey Washington from the Falcons and put Brazil on temporary IR, I think. I think that's Brazil. I'm going to assume that's Brazil. I don't know. We won't know until they officially announce it. Nick Horton is on IR, though. That's official. Pre-camp roster moves. You're used to seeing a lot of these players go on PUP and all that. That's normal. Cam Gill came back. So I'm really excited to see Brady Christensen get back to work, man. That's what's going to make me happy. 3-year extension with Jalen Coker. Really excited about that at the beginning of June. Malik Maliga, the wide receiver they signed beginning of June. Henrik Harburg. I'm not too familiar with him. Probably a squad guy. Tyrone Malone Jr., running back Miles Davis, and waived 2 players in May. Okay. So we're pretty much caught up on that. Okay. So back to this. Let's see what else he has to say.
Having guys like Chad Ochocinco and Steve Smith out here in practice today, what does that do for your receivers and the energy around the building?
I mean, for all of us, these are guys that I grew up watching in Southern California junior college football. And the Sunday paper, you open up the paper, and it was Steve Smith, it was Chad, it was T.J. Hushmanzada, the guys making plays, 100+ yards a game, couple of touchdowns, and I coached at El Camino College back in the day, and so got to be in that world, and some amazing talent come out of there. So it goes way back for me. So when they come out, these are still like my heroes. But I love the support. It's not just the receivers, but the DBs as well. And some of these guys have had exchanges, over the years in the off season. Some of our guys were able to be in Southern California around them. And so I just love the support, and I'm sure that they're, giving them their 2 cents about what's going on. So really glad that they're out here.
Dave, you mentioned that from a physical standpoint, it wasn't up to standard immediately.
Yeah.
And then there was a fight in the middle of practice.
Yeah.
Can you kind of address what perhaps you liked about that extra aggression, or what you didn't like?
We always got to push things to the limit. This game is played with a lot of passion and a lot of aggression by nature, and we're going to be on edge. That's going to happen in games. We can't cross the line. It just hurts the team, and that's,
True.
Personal fouls set you back, and 15 yards is huge, especially if it's a special teams play. It really flips the field. If you got a re-kick, offensively speaking, it could put you in a hole. Defensively, you're allowing that offense essentially to have an explosive play with a personal foul. So we got to be able to keep our heads. But day one, guys are fired up. Words are said. That stuff happens. We just got to make sure you go to the line, you can't cross it. So we had good conversations about it, and I don't think that'll happen again.
He's talking about Felipe Franks that got into a fight. And the thing is, didn't he get into a fight last year too? During training camp? Or am I mistaken? Man. Oof. If it's the same dude, he's got to learn how to calm down that temper. Because that's just not it. I remember Icky being one of the main ones that got into a fight last year. And he's just always been like that since he came up into the league. And I think it was probably like that before he came into the league too. Let's continue.
OTAs in minicamp, Jonathan told us he had not yet opened it up.
Yeah.
Has he done that yet, and how do you think he looked first day of pass?
I think that's a question for Jonathan. Only he knows what his body's capable of, and we've seen what we've seen on film, but he'll be able to tell you best, and I'm sure you'll have an opportunity to talk to him here and ask him that to see how he feels. But I don't see any hesitation in his play. He's pressing runs. He's hitting the ground, popping up, so that's what I like to see.
I like that he directed that to Jonathan Brooks there, because he's right. That is a question that should go to him. So.
Fine line between sort of aggression and getting out of control. In year 3, have you found yourself more comfortable sort of walking that line and pushing sort of right to the edge there?
Yeah, I just know it's a part of the game, and it's something that we have to be aware of. And years and years of being an assistant in different scenarios, these kind of things come up, and the best case of action is just be clear-headed and talk to how it affects the game. And we practice for the game. That's what every rep is about, every situation. And now you're talking about a potential fight situation. Guys are in each other's faces. The first person that throws a punch, you're out of here, and you're gone for the game, and that can hurt your team. So it's a good teaching moment.
On to Jonathan Brooks, talk about the evaluation process going back to college and how utilization in the passing game. How excited are you to get him back into that mold?
Yeah, it's a fun YouTube watch if you ever get a second to just go back and, they got a bunch of his plays, and I would say half of them are on screens and, check downs in the flat where he's able to make somebody miss. And, when he gets a beat on it, he can finish. He's got finishing speed, so that's a big part of his game. And, while we know we can utilize that part, first and foremost, he's a running back, and just making sure that he's on the right track, he's reading the runs the right way, pressing the blocks to help his O-line out, stay connected and all that. That's first and foremost, and then all the other things will come off of it.
If this was Monroe Freeling's first training camp day in pads, how do you think he fared against Jalen Phillips in the line?
I have to watch the film. I watched him off and on a couple plays, and he looked good. And he looked stout and all the things you expect. But I can't wait to get into the film and really see how it panned out.
Did you consider throwing Felipe out today for the fight, or did you not feel?
Not at all. Not at all. I think with Felipe, with anybody else, my conversation with them is always okay. You got to get your wits about you. Now, if you can't get it together in the next couple of plays, I'm going to have to send you in. And that's kind of how I share with any of our guys. Things happen. Okay, Are we good? And I'm looking at him in the face, and I'm watching what happens the next time they're out there in the 11 on 11. If they're playing within themselves, they're not headhunting and trying to do something out of character, then let them play ball. You're going to have to bounce back from different adverse situations throughout the season. And so I want to see guys respond in the right way. He certainly did. Went right back to a special teams period, came back and made another play later on. And so he was able to get himself back together, and same thing with the defensive guys.
Oh, Dave, what you see out of
Interesting.
JC and thoughts of getting him back up there on the field?
Yeah, just sprinkled in today, but just watched him in individual. He looks great. You know, he's moving laterally. Really don't see anything, in any direction in terms of just his movement. So I'm excited to just kind of ramp him up and just catch him up to the group so that he can handle his normal load and just get back to work.
Sprinkled in also.
Same with Mike. Felt good. They both had great sessions a couple of days in a row in return to play. So, Denny and his crew did a fantastic job just getting those guys ready, and we'll dose them the right way and get them back going.
I view this the tight end position. We were talking about Mitchell, and is it kind of going to be a by committee thing? It's kind of been really the last couple of years, or are you looking for one guy to step up and be?
Yeah, we'll let them show us. We'll let them show us how we can use them in different ways. But it's a group that we really trust. With JT, with Mitch, and with Tommy, a bunch of tough guys who do things right. And there are other roles in this offense, and we'll let those roles emerge as guys show us what they can do. That's the exciting part about camp.
Right.
Is we get these opportunities in the joint practices and preseason to see if somebody presents something unique for us.
Right.
Damian Lewis, can we get an update on him?
Yeah, Damian just had a little calf grabbed on him. Really good evaluation following that up, hoping to get him back pretty quickly. But again, with calves, you got to be cautious because if you try to load it too soon, they can turn into longer injuries. But he's in good spirits. He had a great training day today. We'll keep him on that program for a couple of days and see where we're at.
He's absolutely right about those calves, man. You got to be careful about those injuries. If that gets, pushed too hard, it could definitely turn into worse injuries. He's absolutely right with the types of drills that they're doing. Very good. Very good awareness of that right there and knowledge of that. Very good.
Do you know when you're
Rob's getting better. Yeah, Rob's getting better. I can't tell you it's tomorrow, but he's doing a great job again. Feels strong, starting to move around really well. Again, we'll kind of just keep pushing him off the field in controlled situations before we throw him back into team sessions.
You see the depth inside a guard, with those absences and everything. Where is that group right now?
Well, just to speak to the group in general, a bunch of guys that we know that we're excited about. You talk about Chandler Zavala, who's played a lot of ball for us and has had some challenges, over the last couple years. But he knows the system, a guy we really trust. Sadiq Charles has really made jumps in the off.
Hold up. So, you're talking about Chandler Zavala, who knows the system, and they trust him. Interesting. Because if he ends up in a starting role, I don't trust him for nothing. I don't know about y'all. I don't trust him in a starting role. That dude is not it in a starting role. That's just me, though. I don't know. Maybe y'all see something I don't.
Off season, we were able to acquire him later last season, so he's starting to get really comfortable with our schemes. But he's a really powerful guy, and he can move. Of course, Brady in the mix, can play all along the front, but really focusing him on the guard spots because we do have that depth at tackle right now. And JT Carter, Isaiah Glass, who was working at tackle, will see some guard action as well. So it's a really good young group, some veteran guys that are able to challenge and push each other.
We haven't had a conversation like that, depth-wise, in ages with this team, to where we feel fully confident with all of our depth in every piece on our starting line. I don't think that's ever happened in franchise history, to where we can have conversations like that. Wow. And to hear our head coach talking about that, That makes me really, really happy as a Panthers fan. Because for 10 to 15 years, we were having issues ever since Trey Turner retired. You know, we've been having issues at left tackle. And, like, if it wasn't tackle, it was a guard spot, you know, and it was just issues every single year with one of those two positions or both. You know, and to hear him talk like that and say, oh, we trust every single person on this offensive line all the way down the roster, and to tell us, like, oh, yeah, this is what each one of these guys brings to the table and what they do. Man, like, that's a good feeling. If you're Bryce Young and you're hearing that conversation right there, you're thinking, that's what I need right there. Thank you, coach, for providing that protection for me. Now I can go out there and do what I do. You know? And I can use these weapons that you have provided me, along with Dan Morgan, to succeed. You know, instead of running for my life. Like every quarterback that we have had since the dawn of time. You know? So, I mean, to me, like, this is everything. What he just said right there, that's everything for the success of this offense. Because it starts with that line. Everything you do with the offense starts with that offensive line. I've said it multiple times. I'll continue to say it until it's not true. And it never will not be true. So, excellent topic of conversation there. Great question. Trying to understand, like, where we're at on the offensive line. You know? I like that question because that news media person's trying to understand, okay, where are we at? You know, you've seen all these transactions, but you haven't seen them in action. You haven't seen the chemistry. You haven't seen through the coach's eyes how he feels about it. So, good question, man. I like that.
Injury.
Yeah.
You know, it's still great to see him on the sideline smiling and everything. How important is that to still have that good energy, even though likely you're not going to play this?
Yeah, I mean, as long as we can have him around his guys. He was out there doing some metabolics, moving around, just walking and making sure he has good flexibility and mobility in his leg. I mean, if you watch him, if you look over there and you see him walking around, you don't even know. But they're just keeping him in shape and strong. That really helps going into the surgery in that process. And for people who have had ACLs, you know how that is. The stronger you go in, the quicker you can recover. So, but again, having him out there, having him on the sideline around his guys, being involved in football, even as we have, even after he gets surgery and he comes back to us, you know, the more we can just have him being involved. It's good for the team. It's good for Nick.
Coach, we're going to have two more. We're going to take fast time.
Hey, Coach, Cam Jackson was like a different player in the second training camp. What changes have you noticed in his play and his confidence and his overall demeanor?
Yeah, just being comfortable in the system, understanding how we want certain plays to be executed. And he's a big, powerful man, 6'6", 350 something. Pair all that up with the knowledge of where I'm going to be. The more he starts to anticipate what's happening before the snap, the better he'll perform. So that's what I'm expecting from here for Cam, is to just keep dialing into the concepts. He's going to see some repeat plays here pretty soon in camp to dial in those things so he can take his shots when they're there.
Just Watt Walker seemed pretty stout on the left today, but what have you seen from him during camp?
Yeah, I mean, just one day at a time, just being able to, like, you know, just challenge the group, bring out the best in the group. And I just, you know, without getting into any specifics, you know, I'm just excited that, you know, we have a veteran guy that can really just create a level of comfort, as you can imagine, for the quarterback on that left side, you know, where he knows what he's doing. He's been around it all. He's seen it all. You know, as we have different guys popping in at guard, you know, it's really nice to just have that piece there. So, but he's got a lot of great energy, things I didn't know about him and his personality. He enjoys it. He celebrates stuff even when he's not in, and there's a big play on the offense, the first one with his hands in the air. Love that about him. Love that he's bringing that kind of veteran leadership. All right, thank you.
Great presser. I feel like we learned a lot there. That was good. In particular, you know, again, discussing that offensive line was big. And I think just learning about how he processes things as a head coach, what his standards are, what he wants to do, you know, and just where we're at, you know, head wise in general. It is big. So, very good. Let's see. Do we want to do day 2? I'm not too interested in like the first few days because without the pads. But I mean, if there's like interesting play that goes on, you know, such as Willie getting that pick or Mike Jack getting the pick, you know, I'm interested in that. But the first few days they're just getting into the rhythm and just getting into the exercises and the drills and just getting into a system of continuity, you know? And then it starts to ramp up with like little things like footwork, hands, you know, etc., you know, as you go along. So, realistically, the first few days before pads come on, I don't pay too much attention to that unless somebody like really stands out in a positive or negative way. Let's see. Pressers. We did that already. Guys mean so much to each other. Okay, so is that training camp? No, that's not training camp related. Okay. Okay, so that's day 2. Day 2. So that may have been day 1 of training camp after day 1. That's what I'm thinking. Do we want to do day 3? Is day 3 important enough to do? Do we have anything important happen on day 3 or no? Let's just see what's going on with this one.
Period. And the defense, pretty dominant the first 2 days with some flashes by the offense, but a good response by Bryce and the guys. Got the run game going a little bit, hit some balls down the field, and you know, did a decent job in the move the ball at the end.
So pretty much every phase was really productive, but the defense showed up mainly. Got it. Okay.
And I just love that. Love the competitiveness that's happening, that they're bringing out in each other, and that's the way we get our best football is by challenging each other every day. The matchups up front, the matchups on the edges, all those things. So really pleased with the work that way and the bounce back.
Pretty great day for Xavier Legette.
Okay, good matchups. Good work put in. Good.
What have you seen from him so far during the first week of camp?
Yeah, just a great carryover from the spring. At this point now, X knows the system. That's the cool part is as we bring free agents, as we bring rookies in, they see X and he knows how to do it all, whether it's in the base game plan, third downs, nuances in the red zone, all the different things. He knows how to do it, but just matching it with his consistency. He looks fast. He looks powerful. He's having a great camp so far as we get started, and I'm excited to see where he goes from here.
XL, huh? Okay.
Do you have an update on Rob, Mike Jack,
Yeah.
and Razzle doing practice as well?
Yeah, I mean, all good stuff. So Rob's trending in the right direction. He should be back pretty quickly. Mike, too. Mike had a really good day running out there. They were able to treat him up and, didn't look like anything significant. But both of those guys, camp back is what they call it. You get in and it's the first time you're competing, you're going against each other. And fortunately for us, we have this bonus week, with the Hall of Fame game where a lot of the things that end up popping up early on in camp's happening for us about a week earlier, so we can get ahead of it. We can get a treatment plan, and then we can dose them the right way and get them back out there. Chris, a little knee soreness, just something that we're being aware of, and we're going to get him some treatment, get him out there as quickly as possible.
Dave,
Very good.
The union is asked to look at the film with Nick's injury. How confident are you that you guys were doing things the right way in terms of the acclimations?
Yeah, we teach the guys. We're aware that they're looking into it. We have the rules, we have the standards, we let them know, and I think from there, it's kind of more of a Bruce question just in terms of what's happening and what questions might be asked. But all we can do is really just lay the groundwork out, show the guys good examples of what it looks like, and then go from there.
Okay, so day 2 or 3 was when Nick Scorton went down with the injury. Gotcha.
Been through a process like that before where the PA or maybe the NFL have looked into something that you guys have done in practice?
Yeah,
the NFLPA was looking into that, and the latest news is they did not find anything against the rules. So we are good as gold as far as the NFLPA is concerned, which is great news.
We had a couple, just in Seattle, we had a couple of situations where, they were pretty critical of what we were doing in our practices. We had to adjust, and there might have been some fines thrown out there and, OTA practice.
Might have been? There might have been some fines? Interesting. So you're trying to tell me that the NFLPA might be continuing to look at our practices and possibly fine us in the future? Dave. Okay. Now, here's my question. Are the Chiefs training the same way? Because if the Chiefs are training that same way and the NFLPA is looking the other way, why are they not looking the other way with us? Or if they aren't training that same way, then how are they getting the same results without us going to the limit? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Or something lost, but I think that was kind of early on. Really, it was after 2011, sometime when the CBA and they all got together and kind of said, hey, here's the modes, and we learned, we grew, and so fortunately for me, coming into my first time being a head coach in the last couple of years, I've had history and experience with how to do it and how to educate the guys by showing great examples of what we're looking for.
Team Reed made a pretty impressive catch over 3 defenders today. What is it about his game that sticks out to you?
Really, he's consistent, so he knows the concepts. He's a really smart guy, and he's been that way since we got him. A guy we have a lot of trust in, and then he just keeps making plays,
This is the second reference to Reed that we've seen in 2 different pressers. Interesting. One without pads and then one with pads. A first week reference and then a second week reference. Very interesting. So what that tells me is this dude's making plays without the pads now, and then now he's making catches on regular drills, in week 2 with the pads, and he's doing well. I like this progression. I like that. Okay. Who is this dude again? Jasim Reed? Is it? Hold on. Okay, Mr. Reed, you got my attention. 6'2", 195. 1 year in the league from San Diego. You got my full attention, good sir. I'm gonna keep an eye on you. Let's see how you do in the next couple of weeks. I'm gonna watch you during Fan Day too. Let's see how you do at FanFest. That caught my attention right away, right there. Number 86, huh? Y'all mark that number down. If you see him make a play in FanFest, know that I'm going to be talking about him afterwards. Let's continue.
Tater, Carl Smith is here as one of our senior offensive advisors, and he said, you know, a receiver is good. When you throw it, they catch it, and he does. So he makes the play.
Interesting.
Whether somebody's close to him or he's got space, he's got an ability to bend, get out of his breaks either way. So he's given him a great chance to compete to make this roster with a lot of other guys, and so I'm proud of just seeing where he's at right now.
Wow. Okay, that's high praise. That is high praise for Mr. Reed there. Okay. Very interesting. I'm gonna bring his name up right before the Hall of Fame game to the preview stream with Blitz. Let's see where his progress is by the time we do that.
When you go to pads, what do you want to see out of Jonathan Brooks?
Really just, nothing different than what he's doing now. Is stay on your track in the run game, be on top of your protections. We're not telling guys to go to the ground. Once you get in pads, it gets more physical. Those types of things, the trip up might happen. You get knocked off balance, so go to the ground and really just to kind of get that contact adaptation. It's not just about taking the hits and absorbing, but it's also about hitting the ground and just feeling your legs and getting comfortable with that. So just, encouraging him to be confident, play fast, and all the rest of it in his time will come back. He's been playing the position for a long time.
Just to confirm, when will you go to pads?
I believe it's Tuesday.
You're seeing from Monroe on the right side, now that he's had a couple days to know that's kind of his role, and how did the stuff over there in the spring?
Yeah, I've seen great physical ability. I've seen his athleticism, length, sheer strength and power. He's gotten really strong, especially this summer too. He spent a lot of time on that, so I've really seen him. He's got all the tools to do an excellent job over there. Now it's just about getting comfortable on the right side, getting your sets right, getting your targets right in the run game. And that's the part that's been up and down a little bit for him. If he'd be up here telling you the same thing. There's stuff that he wants to work on. And again, just getting challenged by, Jalen Phillips every day over there on the right side. And, Pat Jones flips over, Princely, these guys challenging him and bringing out the best. That's one of the parts of competition is when guys are going against each other and challenging each other, it shows kind of the holes in your game and the techniques you need to work on. That's exactly what we need, and that's what Monroe's getting right now.
With Monroe in that regard, does that even become more apparent that some of the things he needs to work on as you transition to pads?
Probably will. Now, I will say this. The transition from being in just jerseys or a spider to pads, there's more of a surface for the offensive lineman to grab onto. So it's actually kind of to the offensive line's advantage once you do get to pads, and that's where also just with these first couple of days, while we're taking in all the information, and it's so important, we don't want to make any judgments about any of our guys, whether it's a pass rusher or a pass protector, even outside at receiver, in DB. Once there's that extra surface, can the guy continue to play this combative type of football? This is a little bit different, So that's where we really get to have, the clear picture of people that are going to be able to help us.
We're going to talk to Devin Lloyd next.
Yes.
And you talked about him, I guess, a couple of days ago and how impressed you were.
Yeah.
What have you seen from him?
Yeah, just a pro's pro, the way that he prepares, the way he takes care of his body. He's the guy you have to pull back because he's going to want to do more. Loves to be in the gym, in the weight room, working on his body, aqua therapy, whatever it is, massage, different. He's got his whole plan figured out. And then just as a player on the field, there's an energy about him. There's an excitement. There's a focus and engagement that he brings to walkthroughs, to the practice. That's great. And especially when it's coming from that inside linebacker position, and we've had some great ones here. And he's one of the guys that really brings the whole group together and has them all talking and communicating, and great leadership.
Wow. That is high praise for that gentleman. Very high praise. I'm excited to watch his progression and see how he does.
Team, it's kind of hard to kind of establish your voice immediately. Has he begun to do that?
From the time he got here. And first of all, the guy, his reputation precedes him, so a lot of the guys knew who he was and the type of football that he was capable of playing. But then just the way he carries himself, it's a posture where you want to respect the guy, and you know that he's here to work, he's here to do it together with the guys, and I know they can see that, and he fits right into a lot of the guys we have here already. And so really it was an immediate impact. But now that we're back at camp and the guys are excited about the season coming up and all that, it's just a daily reminder for all of them guys, we got to be on it, and that's the type of urgency you got to have.
John Mechie and Bryce obviously played in college.
Yeah.
Have you seen that chemistry kind of manifest itself in camp so far, and then just generally, what are your early impressions of John?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a big time trust factor there, whether it's just knowing he's going to break the route at the right time, or even after the play with some of the scramble opportunities Bryce has found him on. There's this immediate chemistry. And then, just from a personal standpoint too, another veteran guy, another guy who I love that's here, because again, just talking about Devin, I got to talk about John too, just the way he approaches every day and regards this opportunity and is willing to, compete, but also willing to talk to guys and help. So I love that he's here, and I love that he's bringing a lot of competition to that room.
Going back to Devin, how does he kind of rub off on Trevin or the guy next to him? How does he sort of change their role?
Well, it takes some pressure off, first of all.
Excellent question.
But it also sets an example for this is how the position is played. It's meant to be played cerebrally. Got to know what's happening pre-snap, and then once that ball snapped, do your job. But at the end of the day, go attack the ball wherever it's at, whether it's on the perimeter, whether it's up inside, and it's that urgency, it's the aggressiveness, the way he plays. That's such a great example for that room.
Yeah.
But it also just allows Trevin, allows Claude, allows Bam to just play ball because he's getting everybody sorted out. He's making the calls. He's got the command in the huddle. And what I've seen over the years is that's very comforting for guys.
Dave, we always talk about how players develop, but from your coaching staff, who's the guys that have grown the most with you since you came here to it?
Well, I got to talk about our coordinators first. Brad's doing a fantastic job of just putting the whole thing together, building concepts off of concepts, making sure guys are prepared to go out there and, in our move the ball periods and situations. One of the critical things is make sure you get that call in early, and he's been on top of the personnels, the D&Ds, and doing a great job of maintaining that rhythm. I love just where he's got the defense and the guys talking and communicating, troubleshooting different concepts, run concept, pass concepts. There's a lot of familiar language that's carryover. And so I feel a lot of preparation there. And then with Tracy, just continuing to push the envelope.
Okay, so from what he just said about Brad Isaac, the dude is coming up with the concepts for this offense. Okay, so it's ideas and concepts, and the execution is there. And other times it isn't. So it is conversations like that make me stay open-minded to what everybody else is saying and thinking that Dave Canales is the reason that we're play calling. Our play calling issues were there last year. That was a word salad. Um, but yeah. Those are the types of statements that keep me open minded, though. So I see where everybody's getting the ideas, of this. I see the argument, guys. I do. Um and I mean, like, Dave Canales is a man that speaks truth. You know what I mean? Like, he's not going to lie to you. But he's also not going to give away the store. When he's not supposed to. Like, he's a head coach. That's a head coach mentality. And the right way to do this. But he's also gung-ho where he needs to be. It's like a Dabo Sweeney type. And that's the type of head coach I want here. So when he's talking about Brad Isaac, knowing the history that we have, I'm looking at it like, I don't know what to believe here, because I'm at that point where, okay, let's just watch the first 4 games of the regular season and we'll see from there. You know what I mean? We'll revisit the conversation at that point. Based on what we've heard and based on what we know. So, that's where I'm at. Maybe other people are going to disagree with that. I don't know.
We do some things different in some of our phases than a lot of teams, and I love that. It keeps the guys engaged. And, there's a point where when you start to master the basics and the core of what you're doing, it's so important that we push our guys and we throw new concepts at them, throw different ways to cover kicks, to return kicks. It keeps them interested in it, and it's fun and challenging at the same time. So he's done a great job of just, bringing that unit together. So it's really just all 3 phases. The level of comfortability that I have with these guys that we've been working with together to build, here's how we play, and then here's what we do. And we've captured all those things at this point right now. And the challenge for us is, can we make sure that shows up every single day? And that's always where I'll be pushing them.
Right. Consistency.
Dan, I don't think we've asked you about the thought of perhaps bringing in a 4th quarterback sometime between now and middle of August.
Yeah, I mean, it's always on our radar. We're looking for how we can make that fit in. As we all know, we have a number of guys that we're counting on to come back to us in short order. And then there's a couple of guys that'll be back further down in the future. But because of those guys, they all count towards our 90-man roster. It makes it really challenging to carry 4 quarterbacks when we have depth concerns at some other positions just to throw a practice. So we have to keep that in mind, but we're always looking. We're always looking at all the different positions because we have to be ready. When this is or that's kind of show up throughout camp, we got to be ready to pivot and bring people in.
Right.
Questions? Everybody good?
We good?
Thank you, Coach.
All right, thank you.
Alrighty. That's that. That concludes all the important pressers here. There's day 2. Do y'all really need me to do day 2? I could do day 2, but I don't. Honestly, I think we're pretty much caught up. I don't want to push the stream too much. You know what I mean? I do need to prep up for Fan Fest weekend tomorrow. So okay, so they did interviews on both of these players. Interesting. Wait. Devin Lloyd got called by Luke Kuechly? Hold up. You trying to tell me that's how Devin Lloyd found out he was going to come to Carolina? Is Luke Kuechly himself? Dang. Okay, I did not see that coming. Nobody told me that. See, nobody told me that now. Y'all gotta be on your A game and tell me stuff like that. That's interesting right there. It might be little things like that that are way bigger than you think they are. That's wow. That's basically Luke saying, "Yeah, I'm signing off on this dude is the next big thing here in Carolina." Oh, wow. Okay. Okay, we do have the trailer. If we have a job. Oh God, Brad Isaac got put into a presser. Here we go. Let's see what damage this dude does. Oh God, I'm really not looking forward to this.
Yeah, just excited to be back in front of you guys. Excited to be back in the building, going against the defense yesterday for the first time. Got a nice little splash of weather to kick things off. It's fun, you know. You spend all this time with coaches, seeing how creative we can get, how much we can press into the film and research and development. But to get back on the grass, there's nothing like it, and incorporate some new faces. Really at every level of our offense. Has been a fun challenge for all of us to remind us to start at square one and make sure that, you know, they're getting all the teaching that our guys have gotten the past year or two. So really excited about the progress of our group, and we're going to continue to press forward.
Thanks, Coach.
Yep.
Let's kick things off with Mike Kay, followed by Jeff Hawkins.
Hey, Brad. Good morning.
Good morning.
Am I the only person that's nervous about this? With Brad Isaac, if you've seen this man on a podium, oh Lordy, here we go. Y'all in for it today.
I know you're taking on a role that's different than what you've had over the last couple of years, but what have you noticed about what Dave's been able to do differently since you took on primary play calling?
Yeah, I think the big thing when you're out at practice, you notice, like, he can go ahead and step away from it and see the big picture of what's happening. I think in 2 Minute is a great example where he's driving kind of the scenario that he wants to hit while he doesn't have to focus on the next play call. So he might, you know, sometimes when you're running drills, like situational drills, you throw a little penalty in there, or you say, hey, he didn't catch that. Like, let's run that back, just to kind of throw a screwball at both the play caller and also the offense, so they can kind of have to react to scenarios that happened yesterday. That's great reps
you're saying too much.
For me as a play caller, but that's also great reps for everybody to hit a hard reset, react to a situation. That's real live football. And
stop telling people what we are doing with our drills, Brad. Bro, come on, man. You ain't learned a doggone thing this offseason, have you? Like, nobody needs that example. Nobody needs that example. Just answer the question, homie. You're not learning anything.
And for Dave to be able to take a step back and kind of incorporate those things into practice, the uncontrolled variables, that's made possible for him, you know, in this new kind of context.
And then you have two rookie offensive linemen who are competing for starting spots and two pretty important positions, left tackle and center. How would you feel about having one or two rookies on the line as a play caller, but also as somebody who is kind of stewarding this offense?
Yeah, I think we'll kind of let that fall as it comes. I think the guys are doing a great job of pouring into the details of learning our words and our communication. We also having Fortner here, having Rasheed Walker, some vets that we signed to push the envelope there in the competition. It's been good for everybody. So I'll never put the cart before the horse. We never really want to label anyone a rookie as far as you go back to last year and you have T-Mac.
Bro, you label them as rookies because they are rookies, Brad. This dude right here. Oh my God. I knew exactly what I was getting myself into with this presser, but oh my God. Come on, bro. They're rookies. That's what you call them. They're rookies. You're not putting the cart before the horse or any of that nonsense. They're rookies.
Matt come in and take hold of this offense. They're going to show you their ability to be comfortable in what we're trying to accomplish. So that happens over time, and we'll just continue to grow with them and then let them kind of show us when the live bullets are flying in the fall.
And then you guys added Chris Brazzell, who's kind of got that unique skill set where he can really take the top off the defense. How much does that open up things for you, especially as a play caller?
Yeah, it's fun, man. I mean, it's pretty obvious when you have a guy who's not only fast, but a longer athlete like Chris that really stretches the safeties. It makes them hesitate for one more second on driving anything intermediate and underneath. And then for the run game, used to laugh when we were in Tampa and
Stop right there. Stop right there. You have answered the question. Stop. At this point. Like, that's the answer he's looking for. Thank you. Move on. Next question. You don't need the extra, like, da-da-da-da-da, when we were in Tampa, da-da-da-da-da. You don't need all that. They don't want to hear all that. None of us want to hear all that. Bruh. This is the stuff, man. Oh, my God. Right? Is it cannot handle a presser for anything.
Same thing last year, when our receivers are rolling, some of the best blocking you can do is inviting cloud coverage. So,
see, we don't. You're giving away too much information. It's too much information. You're over-explaining, bro.
When you have a guy that can take the top off,
you're over-explaining.
More times than not, those safeties have to honor it by either clouding or holding shell to discourage the.
See, most people don't understand what cloud and shell is unless you played Madden or unless you research this stuff and you actually understand this. Like, you are talking gibberish to some of these people. Bruh. Oh my God, this dude right here. What are we going to do with you, Brad? What are we going to do with you? God knows I love you to death, man, but you over-explain everything in a presser. Everything. It's too much, bro. It's too much.
The deep pass. We had that with DK Metcalf when we were in Seattle.
He's still
we
going.
had that with Mike Evans when we were in Tampa. And then last year you get guys like Xavier
He's
and
still
Jalen
going.
and T-Mac rolling on the outside. The safeties have to honor it.
Bro, 30-minute conversation about one question. 30-minute conversation about one question, bro. You're going to overload these poor media people's brains, bro. They're not going to understand half of this.
And nobody loves that more than Harold Goodwin and the running backs.
He's finally done with the question. Oh my God. 3-minute conversation, bro. Just to answer one question. Oh, God. This is why you don't put him behind a microphone. This is exactly why. He's not wrong, but come on, man.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Hey, left tackle is going to be one of the more interesting battles. It's well publicized. Number one, how is Icky's recovery going? And could you talk about how important it is for Walker to stay claimed to that position, and allow Freeling to have a quote unquote like a redshirt year this year?
Excellent question. See, the media is on point here. They're asking the relevant questions. And the fact that it took us how many years to finally start focusing on the left tackle position? How many years? This is what happens when you put a competent head coach and a competent GM in the office. Versus the rodeo clowns that we had before. Give them a wig and a red nose and put them in a clown car. Every one of them.
Yeah, well, again, we'll never label someone with a red shirt year. So we're just really.
Why not? Why not? It's a part of. Bro. It's a part of NFL. It's called redshirting. It's literally called redshirting. I can't with this dude. I can't. Dude, you could Google that and figure that out. Come on.
Excited about the competition those guys have both bought into, and then we'll let it all play out as we go throughout the preseason. In regards to Icky, I can't commend him enough. Right when the season ended, this man's been in the building. He's been engaged in who we are as a culture. He's always present. So this is not a guy who is going through a rehab process on his own and is disconnected from the team. This guy loves the Carolina Panthers, and he loves what we're about. And he's a big part of that O-line room. I can't commend him enough for the heartbeat that he still is a big part of in that room and how he's attacking, this rehab. And I'm really excited to see, once he gets back on the field, just to see him be a part of, everything that he's invested in these first 2 years with us. So really just proud of Icky and how he's attacked this thing and the mentality he's had. And I know everybody else in that O-line feels it. In regards to the competition, we kind of already hit it with Mike, but these guys they're all chomping at the bit. And we're really excited about just truly being honest about, hey, you guys are all competing for starting spots. There's a lot of movement that can happen between now and week one. And we're going to let the production kind of prove who needs to be out there for us.
I was unable to get out to.
Finally, a question that he doesn't spend 30 minutes answering. Because there's not really any substance to answer with. It's just the offensive line battles. That's really it.
OTA yesterday, I wasn't able to see, but is there a plan to work Freeling in at right tackle as well as left tackle throughout the summer?
Yeah, we got him in at right a little bit yesterday. He worked both. And I think cross-training for all our guys is invaluable. Not only does it give us...
I agree.
Well, last year, I think we had like 12 units play. So we have a lot of different mixtures as you go throughout the season. A lot of uncontrolled variables pop up where you got to play guys at different spots. And cross-training them just makes it a lot easier on our coaches to feel comfortable about having a slide guy, a guy from the left to the right or vice versa. So really, that's a big piece of who we are. And Joe Gilbert does a good job of making sure a guy's not pigeonholed at one spot to make sure that, as we go throughout the season, we're flexible enough to handle some of those uncontrolled variables.
Good.
Hey, thank you. Good luck.
Yep, thanks.
Scott Fowler, followed by Darren Gant.
Hey, Brad.
Morning,
Thanks
Scott.
for doing this. How are you?
Good.
I wanted to ask you a couple of things. First was about both of your backup quarterbacks. I wondered if you could talk, about Pickett and about Will Greer, and who's, Panther fans remember from a long time ago, and now he's back. And just give me a sense of what you expect from both of them.
Yeah, for one, they're professionals, right, with experience, and really excited to have their diversified opinion on things that we're presenting to them for the first time. So
diversified opinion? Dude, we don't pay a quarterback for diversified opinions. We pay them to play football. Now, they can have their diversified opinions outside of football, and in the meeting rooms and in the practice fields and all that. But once it comes to Sundays, we don't pay them for that. We pay them to play ball. Come on, Brad.
Anytime you can bring somebody in and teach them the offense from square one, where they're bringing in a different...
Is that what we had to do with Will Grier?
Perspective, that's really valuable for us. And it's always different than bringing in a rookie who's trying to catch up with the tempo of the game. These guys have both played at this level for, a couple of years plus now in different systems. So really, really love leaning on those guys. Hey, how did you guys present this in Dallas? How did you do this in Vegas or Pittsburgh with both him and Kenny Pickett? That's been really valuable for us. And then Bryce's continued growth and his voice in that room, he now gets to echo his thoughts, his growth with us the last 2 years onto those guys and saying, hey, this is where we've come to, and it kind of shows them the story of, how we got to where we are today. So it's really fun to have vets in there, but they're also learning our offense for the first time. So just kind of combining that thing in that quarterback room allows for some really good dialogue.
Diversified opinions. Okay. Yeah. So, about those diversified opinions when it comes to Will Grier. The dude just retired. And that's all you signed him for? Was, oh yeah, he's a professional, he has diversified opinions. Dude. There's like 30 different quarterbacks that are looking for a job right now that have diversified opinions, dude. That are just as professional as him. Not to mention Kyle Trask that we just signed recently. So you're trying to tell me you value Will Grier's experience and his diversified opinion over Kyle Trask's skills and skill set that he brought to the Florida Gators? And what he could potentially bring to the Carolina Panthers? Okay. All right. Carry on.
Thank you. And I wondered if you could speak to Xavier Legette and what you hope for him this season.
Yeah. First thing, I mentioned it with Icky, but Xavier's attacked this offseason. He is focused. He's getting after it. He's taking care of his body, a complete transformation where he's really investing in himself, even away from the...
So he's basically doing exactly what he's supposed to be doing. Thank you for that non-answered.
Building, we can feel it, and I know he's going to attack this thing all the way through going into next year. We have so much confidence in him. He's playing fast right now. Just want to keep him right there, keep him confident in what he's doing because he's inspiring the guys around him. And, that's all we want. We want guys playing full tilt, playing with confidence, and Xavier's showing us that right now because of the work he put in on the front end.
Thank you, Brad.
Yep, thank you.
Now, hold up. Show me one wide receiver that's not playing fast right now in this wide receiver room. Show me one. Everybody's playing fast. Basically, he's just saying, oh, he's doing what he's supposed to do in his offseason program. Duh, we know that. Tell us something we don't know. Is he training with Ocho Cinco? Is he training with Steve Smith? Is he doing certain things that are different from last year? Tell us something unique that he's doing. That's what I want to hear. That's what everybody wants to hear. We don't want to hear, oh, he's doing the basic necessity things. And basic training program. Oh, he's a fast wide receiver. Yeah, we know that. Tell us something we don't know, bro. Like, you cannot handle pressers for anything, bro. Like, oh my God. I'm losing brain cells listening to this dude, I swear to God.
Brad, as you guys watch Jonathan Brooks out there this summer, I mean, when you see him and the things he's capable of on the practice field, does that give you the opportunity to do different kinds of things with the run game because of a particular skill he's got?
Relevant question.
Yeah, but I think that's something you grow into as well. Like, you want to make sure JB's getting back comfortable with our schemes and all the things that he was doing in year one when he was healthy, because there's always a gap of, okay, I'm rehabbing, feeling great about my rehab. I'm training
examples, please.
On air, and now I'm training in front of a defense. So as he progresses with his comfort and attacking with a defender in front of him, we'll continue to feed him and grow with the skill set he has. But absolutely, Jonathan Brooks is one of the, I mean, a couple of years ago, he's probably the most talented back coming out. He's still one of the most talented guys on our roster. We're really excited to watch him grow in his confidence coming off of that rehab. He looked great out there yesterday. He's attacking in everything he does. And then there'll just be continued dialogue with him of saying, hey, here's what we need out of you. Let us know, too, if there's other ways to feature your skill set. Because I love the two-way street from player to coach, from coach to player, to make sure that they're communicating with us. Like, you guys have ownership in this offense, too. I want to make sure we're highlighting everything that you do.
Finally, an answer I can respect from this gentleman right here. Finally. That's probably the best answer I've heard all day. You didn't give away examples. You didn't give away the store. Oh, we're going to try draw plays. We're going to try ISO plays. You know, you didn't give examples. Thank you. Because nobody needs to know what we're planning, game plan wise. Thank you. Much better answer. That's much better. Use that as constructive criticism, buddy. That's to help you. Okay? To be better at this. That's a positive answer. You're welcome.
How does he respond to that when you pull the reins back on him a little bit?
Oh, he doesn't like it. Our guys are competitive. You know that room. It starts with Truba and JB. Those guys are like brothers. They push every single other guy in that room. They don't like to be pulled back. So that's the kind of the attitude that you want on your team. I told them yesterday, after we're coming off of ball handling, you guys set the tempo on how you finish runs. Even in a period where we're not doing live tackling, your burst down the field inspires the receivers to continue their blocks. It inspires the backside defensive backs to pursue, right? They are the glue, and us pulling them back will be just from, protecting them from themselves. But we love the attitude that they bring to our team.
Yep. Bro,
we have time for a few more. Let's go with Cassidy, followed by Vashti.
Here we go again.
Hey, Brad, how's it going?
Good, thanks.
I know this is still May and early on, but when John Mechie came in, one of the pluses to that seemed to be, that familiarity with Bryce. How have you seen that kind of come alive already?
You talk about their communication with each other. As a receiver, the first part of the battle is physical, right? Preparing yourself to run fast and get in and out of breaks and catch the ball. And then you have to do that with the timing of the quarterback's feet. And as you start to mesh those two worlds, the quarterback's world with the receiver world or the tight end world or whoever.
Bro, we know how a quarterback works with a wide receiver. This is not new. If you don't understand how that works, go play Madden. All right. Secondly, I'll answer that question. Bryce was throwing to Mechie at Alabama. They have a connection. There. Question answered. Next.
Running routes for him. There's a communication channel there that needs to be in place of like, hey, how did that feel? Hey, let's get another rep of this after practice. It became very clear when you go out there on the field with Mechie and Bryce that history is still intact of them, diving into those conversations, making sure that they're on the same page. It's a quicker catch-up period for Mechie because he's willing to go there and have those talks and create that connection with his quarterback, really recreate that connection with his quarterback. So really, I think it does a big service for the rest of our group. It shows them the importance of that interpersonal investment for guys that might be, maybe you're a rookie and you're a little bit coy when it comes to talking to the starting quarterback. This is a big piece of.
No, hold up. Interpersonal relationship. What did this man just say?
Personal investment for guys that might be create that connection with his quarterback, really recreate that connection with his quarterback. So really, I think it does a big service for the rest of our group. It shows them the importance of that interpersonal investment.
Interpersonal investment. What does that mean? Like, what are you trying to say here? Interpersonal relationship investment. I don't think even he knows what he means by that. See, this is the foolishness I'm talking about right here. You're over-explaining, my dude. You're over-explaining. And you don't know how to shut your trap when you need to. There's certain answers I do like that you give, Brad, but at a certain point, you got to learn how to keep your trap shut. There's certain things you don't say on camera. Now you're just speaking gibberish. Nobody even understands what that means. Chat, what does he mean by that? What does he mean by that? Anybody got some type of opinion on what they think he meant by that? Interpersonal investment. What does that mean? This dude right here, man. It's always an adventure when you watch a press conference from him. Always. It's always entertaining, but it's also frustrating. Interpersonal there we go. All right. I had to Google this. Okay. I had to Google this. My God, bro. That's how you know you're talking too much, my dude. An interpersonal relationship is an ongoing social connection, bond, or affiliation between two or more people. All right. Trust, respect, communication, empathy. Got you. All right. All right. Continue.
For guys that might be, maybe you're a rookie and you're a little bit coy when it comes to talking to the starting quarterback. This is a big piece of us growing as a unit, and that's connection. And Mechie and Bryce have had that go all the dating back to college, right? And we want really all of our skill groups to feel comfortable in creating that connection with all of our quarterbacks.
Hi, Brad. Thanks for doing this. A quick question. You talked about Bryce's leadership, and I'm sure you've been briefed or saw the video of him.
He doesn't have a choice. He's an offensive coordinator. He's being paid to do this. Ask your question, please.
Kind of getting on and encouraging the receivers yesterday. Do you think that there is an edge and to Bryce that a lot of people don't see but gets slept on usually?
What in the world? No, he's Bryce Young. Next question, please.
I mean, he was just stating that the rain stopped. Yeah, the sun was out. He was excited. I was too. It was pretty wet out there. But I would say for Bryce.
And that matters. Why? Why do we care about that?
Bryce, he is an ultimate competitor. Everything he does, he's competitive, and he does it in his own way. That's what we ask every single one of our guys to do when they come in this building is we've done the front end work on researching who you are as a competitor and as a contributor to this team. Now, do that and be your full personality. And Bryce is showing that. Like, he's got a comfort in our scheme. He's got a comfort in the guys around him. And he's just competing, and he's trying to bring guys along with him. And that's a piece of who he is. Maybe it's not always shown on camera, but we know that's in there. And we know he's voiced that at practice before. He's voiced that in games before, because he wants to win, and he wants to do whatever it takes to bring the guys along with him. And anytime that gets shown, like, I'm proud of it, because that guy is completely bought into what we're trying to accomplish here, and he's trying to make sure everybody feels that same desire to grow this thing together.
Thank you.
Yep.
We will finish things up with Mike K.
Brad, I wanted to ask you, I believe yesterday was technically Jonathan Brooks's first OTA workout of his career. Did you notice anything in particular about him yesterday? I mean, he was sidelined during this time of year the past 2 years. So did you see anything different from him, maybe personality-wise, coming into that workout?
Not really. Jonathan Brooks is actually, he's kind of quiet until he gets out on the field too. And his approach has been just a worker's mentality since he's got in the building, coming off the draft. And really, sometimes you keep an eye on guys that are having that first real practice. Is there any hesitation in their game? And I did not see that in JB at all. You coach him hard in front of the group this morning, talking about mid-zone and cuts and reads and making the proper angles, and he's in there taking notes. And I know today that he's going to go and apply those things as we get more reps of some of the similar schemes. But at the same time, like, just the physical nature of what he was doing yesterday and all of the different periods, whether it's walkthrough, quarterback exchange, running back exchange, running routes, or hitting those team periods, there wasn't hesitation in his game. He was just that worker mentality, which tells me that this guy, he's mentally ready to, go ahead and continue to take those next steps to show us he's back to where he was.
Cool. I like where he was talking about, he's looking to see if there's any hesitation in the players' first workouts. That's interesting to me. I think that is a big part of what coaching is right there, is just dealing with the new players and seeing, like, what would be the new what their personality is, learning them, and are they hesitating, are they determined, are they not screwing up? That's a great statement, Brad. That's the stuff I need to hear from you right there, because that teaches me something new. Thank you. Instead of that typical yap BS, I'm learning something new. Thank you. And that right there just made a little bit of my time worth it, of watching this presser. So, there you go. All right. I just saw the Panthers put out, like, a new video. Hold up. I gotta find it real quick. New video. What's out here? I just saw the notification. Hold up. A few minutes ago. Where is it? Okay. Bryce Young to T-Mac for the touchdown. Yeah, that might be a short. They might have put a short out. There it is. Okay. Look at the footwork. Look at his stance. That's good right there. That's what you want to see. And then look at the throw. Absolute beautiful rainbow. To where only T-Mac can catch that. Very nice. I'm going to turn the sound off, but I want y'all to focus on, like, his Bryce Young's, like, progression through this throw. All right, look at the footwork. Now he's going to step into the throw. Look at where his shoulder is when he's throwing that ball. And he knows that T-Mac can go to that level to catch the ball. Right there. About 2 inches off the ground. 2 to 3 feet off the ground. And have the defender, back here after T-Mac has gotten that extra step. So. And that's in the back of the end zone. So that's even more interesting because now you're seeing, let me run it back because it's, okay. This is even more interesting because watch where this ball placement is. It's right where he can get that knee in. Right there. Look how close that is to the back of the end zone. Very interesting throw right there. Very nice, Bryce. A great catch, T-Mac. That's what we need more of right there. Show me more of that in camp. All right. I got people blowing up my messenger right now. But that always happens when I'm live. Is that everything we need to focus on? Are we caught up? I think we're caught up, which is good. But yeah, Jasheem Reed, I'm very impressed. Keep up the good work. I've got my eyes on you, dude. These coaches are praising you a lot right now. Keep up the good work. You might just be fighting for that 4th spot. Very, very soon. He's one of those numbers I'm going to be looking for on Fan Day. On Fan Fest. I know it's a lightweight workout, for Fan Fest, and that's why I'm not expecting too much. But if they do decide to do like a full workout, for Fan Fest, for these guys, which I'm hoping they do, instead of just la-di-da, cheap light workout stuff, cheap drills and whatnot. I don't care about that. Show me the real stuff, man. Because if you're gonna keep fans from FanFest, we need to see some plays, man. We need to see some action. These guys are coming from different states. These people are coming from different countries to see this, And this is our one shot at seeing these guys, in a padded uniform before a preseason game. And our only shot at it, besides what we see on social media. So what I'm going to need to see is a full-fledged practice. not just a oh yeah, let's do fan service, type practice. I need to see what these guys are made of. Don't go over the limit, of course, of what the NFLPA wants. But give me what you would normally do on a full practice with pads. That's what I want to see this year. Now, next year, you could do whatever you want with FanFest, because that's just FanFest. And we would have access to seeing them in training camp, or whenever they allow fans back. But the years that they don't, I need to see a full-fledged practice, because I need to see what we're doing with here, so that I can make proper suggestions to you on, oh, okay, I like this player, for this reason, or this player needs a little bit more work and development in this area. Give me something to chew on. You know what I'm saying? As someone that has attended training camp practices for ages, give me something to chew on. That way, like, I can leave with some juicy stuff I can do something with. You know what I mean? Because, like, us podcasters, man, we come out here, we come out for content, we come out to enjoy ourselves, we come out to see what this team is going to look like. We come for content, really. But we also come to have a great time, too, So it's work mixed with fun, So give us all something to chew on, man. Don't let us sit there and wonder what we're doing with, and question whether these players are who they say they are. Show us who they are. With full-fledged pads, man. Let me see something worth my time in my 650. You know what I'm saying? Because for me, like, yeah, fireworks are fireworks. Y'all can shoot off fireworks any time of the year you want. I'm here for the players. I'm here for both, really. But, I need to see the development. I need to see if we have the team I think we have. So that I can go and I can make accurate predictions and say, okay, this is going to happen, this is going to happen, this is going to happen. And yes, I will put money on said player. And I will say that, oh yeah, we're going to do something with this team. But if you're going to sit there and say, oh, well, I'm going to give you half of what you're looking for and not show me anything. It's like, okay, well, what am I supposed to do with that information? What am I supposed to do with that? Like, that's exactly why I got so freaking heated when they started. Nah, I'm not going. No, I'm not gonna go there, y'all. I'm not gonna go there. But my point is, man, show me something worth my time, please. I can go anywhere for some fireworks and some lasers and stuff like that. Like, I go to concerts all the time. Thank you. Thank you for that. And that's awesome. But that's not what I'm here for. But yeah, I feel like we got the team capable of getting it done this year, though. I feel like I do see that right now. And Players like this one right here. This is your time, man. Mr. Reed, this is your time. Shine like the diamond that you are, bro. Show me your talents. Show us all your talents. You know. We're looking for a baller, man. We're looking for a dog. And I'm ready, man. I'm ready. I'm ready to see this team. I'm ready to see this team in action. Let's go get it, man. All right. But yeah, I'll wrap up by saying that JC Horn, everybody pushing each other, everybody's feeling good in camp, we're looking good, man. We're looking good. Competition breeds success. I like that. Jalen Phillips said competition breeds success. He's absolutely correct. That's what we need. So, with that in mind, I'm going to circle back to what Dan said. In his statement, with his interview with Tepper, and Dan Morgan, being the dog that he is, made the biggest statement of the year that everybody missed. He said, I'm willing to fire people to get this job done. I do not care. I'm willing to fire people. I'm like, my man, that's what we're looking for. That's the energy we're looking for. When you are that desperate and that hungry to get a trophy, that you will do anything you need to do in order to do it, that's the type of energy we need in Carolina. That's championship energy. Let me explain something else too. Because you look at Dabo Swinney when he fell off the table last year after winning all those ACT titles. What did this man do? He said, I'm going to fire a whole bunch of people off my staff. And I'm going to reset the whole thing. But I'm not going nowhere. Y'all want me to go somewhere else, but I'm not going nowhere. I want to keep winning trophies. So, I'm going to stay in. I'm going to stay here in Clemson. I'm going to hold my ground. I'm going to reset that staff, and I'm going to come in here, and we're going to win. Period. That's championship energy. That is championship energy right there. If anybody knows it, he is overfilling of the cup with it. That man's got championship energy in his pores. And to see us have a fan fest over in Clemson and to see that energy transferred over to Carolina, Dave and Dan know what they're doing. Y'all better watch out. This team is going to be terrifying in the next 3 years. Once we get fully built up. This team's going to be terrifying. Y'all ain't ready for it. Y'all are not ready for it. We about to shock everybody. So, let's circle back to this. If Dan is willing to fire whoever he needs to fire to get the job done, Brad, Dave, figure it out. figure out how to get consistently on the same page offensive. Because if you can't figure out how to do it, Dan sure will. And he will not hesitate to fire y'all and find somebody that will. Dan said, play with me and find out as a GM this week. He said that in front of Tepper, and he said that in front of Roger Goodell. And he said it right in front of Dave's face. I'm like, my man. That's my GM right there. That's my freaking GM. That's my GM. That's what we've been needing for 15 years, doggone it. Y'all tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. That's what we've been needing. That energy right there. Dan Morgan said, I'm not playing with y'all no more. We're in the era of trying to win championships now. We're trying to win NFC South titles. We're trying to win playoff games. We're trying to win a Lombardi now. We're done with this nonsense. Put aside that childish garbage and let's get serious with that statement right there. That's what he's trying to say to everybody. That's a message and a half to this staff. And everybody skipped right over it. I didn't. I saw it exactly as it was. And I said, let's freaking go. That man's on a mission. Y'all don't even know that man's on a mission. If his transactions and his drafting skills have not said that this man is on a mission, that statement right there should have. He has fulfilled everything he has said he was going to set out to do. Check mark, check mark, check mark, check mark, check mark, all the way down the list. And if you think this is any different on his to-do list right now, you're wrong. He's not playing. He will go through any obstacle to get that trophy to Charlotte. So my question is, how much do y'all want it? Brad, Dave, how much do y'all want this? Prove it. Settle your differences. Get this offense straightened out. And let's start winning some games. We've got the talent. We've got the tools. We've got everything we need. Dan's breathing down your neck. Figure it out. This is not the year to play that game any longer. We're trying to win championships now. We're trying to win division titles now. It is time to go attack mode. He went full-fledged from defense mode to attack mode in one statement as a whole franchise. Full-fledged. That's a beautiful thing to see. He shifted it, man. He shifted it. He knew. He knew he had all of this stuff. He knew he had built everything that he needed to build. And he said, one more offseason. Watch this. He's seeing the same thing I am. And I'm like, okay. Y'all got one more offseason, one more regular season to get this ironed out. Y'all got one more regular season to get this ironed out. What you gonna do? Ball is in y'all's court. Figure out where the problem is and fix it. That's what he's saying by that statement. But keeping it professional at the same time. You could see it in the fire in Dan's eyes. How hungry that man is for a trophy. He didn't get his ring in 04. That man's hungrier than this entire doggone franchise. He is hungrier than this whole franchise has been in the past 5 years. For Lombardi. He's hungrier than y'all are as fans. Tell me that's not what he's looking for right now. Tell me this man's not locked in right now. Shoot. That's my GM, man. That's my freaking GM. That's positive news right there. That's really, really positive news. That's what we need to hear as Panthers fans right there. I'm encouraging y'all. Get hype. Get hype. And get hype. Because when you hear your GM say something like that, we on it. We on it, bro. We on it. We on it like Donkey Kong, man. Get ready. This is about to be a fun season. This is going to be a fun season. I'm looking forward to this one. If y'all are too, hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so, and don't forget to check out the Facebook group page for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, such as scheduling for the channel and for the Yahoo Sports app. Keep pounding Fantasy Football League. If you like the intro that you see on the screen, go check out Lindara Ty on Instagram using her last name first, Ty, T-A-I.Lindara, L-I-N-D-A-R-A, for videos, panels, etc. to enhance your streaming experience as a content creator. Make sure to check out Vinny's Pizza out in Dirty Bird territory for the best pizza out in the Southeast. Don't just take my word for it. Try it yourself. And it is right next to the concert arena. So go check that out. Hard to miss. Go check out Monster Grub and Sub out in Spartanburg, South Carolina. Tasty subs. Owner's a Panthers fan. Tell him we said hi. Tell him we sent you. Pay for your subs, and he'll hook you up with something delicious. Alright. Shout out to Jeffrey Stamper. Shout out to Marcos Cash. Shout out to Stephen Matthews. Shout out to J-Rock. Sorry we couldn't get you into the Zoom session to get on stream, but and get that figured out, but maybe next time, buddy. But I'll be the next stream that you will see me do will either be a game stream tomorrow or a car stream on the way up to Charlotte on Friday. Friday. Around, let me see what time. Let me see. Right, 11 to 1 o'clock on Friday. 11 a.m. So be ready for a stream around that time. I'll go ahead and schedule one as well. You know, so you guys will be ready for that. Do, do, do. It's a fan fest. Do, 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 do. Do. And scheduled. There you go. All right. With that being said, shout out to all the other YouTubers out there. C3 Podcast, UNC 2020, Pat Coltrane, Black Cat Panther Podcast, and our favorite streamer, Blitzball Champ, who you will see on the 5th with me for a Hall of Fame game preview stream of the month of August. Either somewhere in between 8 and 9 o'clock probably is when that'll start. I'm not sure exactly when. But just keep an eye out, for that preview stream. I'll be announcing it. And just have your alerts on. But thank you guys so much. We appreciate you guys. Hopefully you guys are having a great day and a great night. And enjoy the rest of your night. As usual, you guys know what to do. Stay happy, healthy, and well. And I'm going to send you over to Blitzball Champ, who is doing his stream of TNA KO TV title and 5-star Grand Prix current standings. That's wrestling, in case you didn't know. So go check him out. And if you want more Panthers content instead of gaming content, go check out UNC. He's live right now as well. And I saw Big Cat was live earlier too. But thank you guys so much. We'll be doing another update stream soon. I've got a lot going on, but I have a lot more time on my hands. Once we start getting into the second week of August. So if I can get the next stream I'm going to do for an update after FanFest, we'll see when I can schedule that, but I'll let you guys know. Thank you for the support. We love you guys. As always, take care. And we'll see you guys next time. As always, keep pounding. Wow, wow, wow.